please look over your mics.
Right. Good morning, El Dorado County. Today is Tuesday, June 24th, 2025, and I call to order this regular meeting of the El Dorado County Board of Supervisors. Leading this with the invocation this morning is Pastor Greg Klatt from Camino Church. Come on up.
Good morning.
Morning.
Thank you once again for the humbling privilege of being a part of this as we launch it. You're almost like racehorses coming out of the chute here this morning with regard to the challenges of all that we have to deal with. And I was reminded of this tragedy at Lake Tahoe that is something like that that's so life-changing to the people that are directly impacted, but reminded that everything can take a dramatic turn very quickly and surprise us, completely. So anyway, we think of you often and the responsibility you have. And so while this is kind of a formality, it always reminds me of the incredible privilege we have of connecting with wisdom and power that reaches beyond our finite wisdom and ability. So as we begin today, Lord, we do so with that very humbling consideration of the reality of life and the way that it can change so dramatically. We think of this family and people who wound up very suddenly losing their lives and the impact across a broad cross-section of people by what has taken place. So we hold them up today as we do this body as it makes decisions and takes on challenges in attempts to accomplish the best outcome for everybody in El Dorado County. We live in a special place and we're blessed this spring that has moved into summer with an amazing weather pattern that has made life very pleasant and good for us here. And with that as a backdrop to our lives, we meet the challenges that exist, asking for your wisdom and strength and insight in accomplishing the purpose and plans that have been laid out before this group today. And we have a peace of mind as we address them all, knowing that. And we thank you for it in Jesus' name. Amen.
Amen. All right, Lord, Supervisor Parlin, will you lead us in the end?
Yeah, everybody please stand and join me for the pledge. Begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Supervisor Lane, you have some comments you would like to make?
Yes, thank you. Most appropriate. And thank you to our Pastor Klatt for your remarks and for thinking about the loss in Tahoe most recently. But, we've had just a series of events up in the basin and it's weighing heavily on everybody there. We lost one of our own children in a very tragic accident. We had the big announcement that federal lands were going to be sold off, and that created quite a bit of concern up in the basin because these are lands that we have fought to protect for decades. So that was on our mind. And then, of course, this freak storm showed up on Friday. We lost 8 of our visiting public in that tragic accident. And it is a reminder, especially up in the mountains, how quickly things can change. And our visiting public doesn't always know what to look for, even though I think a lot of the people that live there understand. I mean, when we started seeing black clouds coming in at 2:00, that was pretty big indication that something was brewing. The lake was very choppy that day anyway. But I feel for our visiting public because, they're up there for a finite amount of time and they're trying to fit a lot in. And on Thursday, all of our marinas shut down due to very high winds. We had 45, 50 mile an hour gusts. That's when that fire in Nevada was taking off. And, people have to sometimes cancel their plans. And then even if the day isn't ideal, you try to shoehorn in what you can. And so my heart really goes out to all the families that were affected on that day. And again, thank you, Father Prester Klatt, for your kind words. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you.
Oh, can I back up for a second?
Yeah.
I do want to thank the first responders and all the different marinas that were affected, from Zephyr Cove all the way around the South Shore. Dispatch was amazing on that day. Dispatch was 3 hours straight without a break, just one emergency after another. We ran out of ambulances at some point, even though we had extra ones on that day, because every marina was pulling people out of the water, and every person that was pulled out of the water had a level of hypothermia. So not everyone knew what was going on everywhere else. So everybody's calling in these calls at the same time. Our first responders were absolutely amazing. They train well together, and we train for events like this. But DL Bliss was a very difficult spot to get to on via a vehicle, because they had to go around Emerald Bay. And then we had 3 marine vessels respond to the emergency, but they're on the choppy water too.
Right.
And as you know, as you may have heard, El Dorado Sheriff's Office, we lost Marine 3 because they lost both their motors.
Mm.
And that is a freak thing too. I mean, all the cards stacked up wrong for us. So fortunately, our sheriffs were able to save themselves by getting to shore. But again, I wanted to emphasize our respect for the agencies that responded and the marinas that took matters into their own hands. Thank you, Chair. I'm done.
Thank you for that. I appreciate that. Welcome, El Dorado County, to another regular session of the Board of Supervisors, and we thank you for joining us here today in Placerville, California. As a reminder, we limit public comment to 3 minutes today, allow enough time for everyone to have their voices heard. Right now, we'll move to the adoption of the agenda. At this time, the board will make any necessary additions, deletions, and corrections to the agenda. Any board members? Gonna reach out, CAO?
Yes, sir. Staff are requesting that item 4 be pulled off calendar.
Yeah. County Council?
Yeah, I just wanted to acknowledge that the revised syringe exchange ordinance that was previously scheduled to be heard today is being deferred to a later date.
Okay, thank you for that. I appreciate it. All right, so what's the will of the board? For the agenda?
Public comment.
Huh?
No,
No, there is
Oh,
none.
that's right.
I know, yeah.
Oh,
Move to approve.
Second.
All those in favor by saying aye?
Aye.
No,
No.
not on the agenda, only on consent. All right, Chris. Okay.
So did we.
Exactly. All those in favor by saying aye?
Aye.
Aye, okay, approved.
Motion passes 5-0.
Okay. All right, so now we'll move on to consent. At this time, I'd like, what's the will of the board regarding the consent calendar? Any changes? District 1?
No.
District
No
5?
changes.
Right.
District 3, just to comment on item 9, the conceptual approval, just making sure that we fully discuss that item as it moves forward through committee for any mitigation that needs to occur.
Yeah, could we add to that item, County Council, on item 9, even though it's on consent, to put some direction to staff to look into potential fee increases and stuff? Can we do that? Do we have to pull it?
I think if you want to do that, you should pull the item for
Do you want to
discussion.
do that?
Sure, we'll pull it.
Let's
and
pull it real quick then,
Yeah.
just, I think
Pull-
that's a good idea.
Okay.
Pull 9.
9.
Lori, anything else?
No, I was gonna make a comment on
All
that
right.
one.
I'm just going to vote no on item 8. The reason why these high fire severity zones, it seems like every time we have these, it forces people out of insurance. And especially when it's very critical for all the residents in El Dorado County. So that is a no vote to me.
Chair, I'd also like to read a clerical correction into the record. Item number 24 on the consent calendar references that it's in District 3. It's actually references that it's in It's actually in District 3, not District 2.
All right. So at this time, I would like to hear public comment on consent calendar. This time, we reserve any comments on the consent calendar. As a reminder, the board will take open forum comments at 1 p.m. Open forum is a time to comment on any item that is not on the agenda. Open it up to public comment.
We are now taking public comment specifically regarding the consent calendar. Individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. The timer will notify you when you have 30 seconds remaining and again when your time is up. Public comment will be taken first from those participating in the boardroom and then from those participating through Zoom. For those participating by Zoom, please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate a desire to comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record.
I apologize for my outburst.
So-
I forgot you split it. And this is interesting because people are beginning to understand, but I apologize for that. I did want to comment on, Chris Payne, Diamond Springs. I did want to comment just as a point of discussion, but now item 4 is going to be pulled, or excuse me, taken off of calendar. But I was going to positively say a statement, which I'm going to say now. It's great to see that the team's coming together in terms of all the parts that have to be put together in order to do a project like the new navigation center. So I expect, from my perspective of knowing about county government and being a historian somewhat, that we have to do these things, and they can be expensive, but that's all part of the budget process. And so that's what my comment would be on item 4. Item number 8. This is a tough one because Chair now has cast, I've already said that he's cast his no vote on it. But at the same time, being part of the El Dorado County Fire Safe Council, as I am, as a board member, and then also part of Patterson Ranch Fire Safe Council as an associate affiliate, I recognize the importance of being prepared, and I understand why we're here now with this item number 8. In the fire severity questions, we make decisions based on the information we have available. We do that every Tuesday. Your board does that. But at the same time, your board's going to be doing it with the best information available. And whether or not we have particular projects, I'm saying development, that is within these zones, the developer himself, the person who's interested, the applicant, needs to understand what the conditions are to the land use. So in that regard, I think 8 should be approved. Hopefully there's 3 votes here that will do it. Thank you very much for the time.
Thanks, Chris. Anybody else in the board chambers would like to speak on item on consent? All right, let's move to Zoom participants, please, Kim.
Not taking public comment from online participants. Not taking public comment from Kim Beal.
Good morning, Kim Beal from Cameron Park. I'm also going to speak on item 8. I noticed that there is a PowerPoint presentation in attachment E, and I reviewed it, but there's no date on it anywhere. And so I would just like it clarified whether that is an old presentation packet or if that's current and according to the new map, if it references the newest maps that way. I looked at the 2 prior meetings in 24, and neither one of them had this presentation. So I'd just like clarification on that, please. Thank you.
Thank you.
There's no additional public comment.
All right, so bring it back to the board.
Just to approval of the consent calendar with the following changes. Supervisor Turnbull is registering a no vote on item number 8. Pull item 9 for discussion, and the clerical correction to item number 24.
Can I make a quick comment on 19, Will?
Yeah.
Just want to publicly thank, regarding the Serrano, the library sign. That sign at the library's over 20 years old. And want to publicly thank the El Dorado Hills Friends of the Library and the Serrano Men's Book Club for their generous offer of donating over $22,000 to replace that sign. So
Oh, that's awesome. Great. All right.
Mr. Chair, did you want to address Ms. Beal's question of the date of the PowerPoint, if that's the most current?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, we just, apologize. Staff gave that presentation on June 10th.
Mhm.
That's the most current one.
Yeah.
It was with the original reading of the ordinance.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And that was in the Legistar background too. In there, it said that this was that June 10th was the first reading. So, this is the final passage. So, and usually when we do that though, I think that, to avoid confusion in the future though, usually it'll say like continued in the, you know what I mean? And for some reason that just got dropped off this time, but it was in the staff report. So just wanted to tidy that up a little bit.
Okay.
Mr. Chair, I will move consent with the changes and the corrections.
All
Second.
those, second, all those in favor by saying aye?
Aye.
Aye.
Motion passes 5-0.
So I guess we can go ahead and discuss, on consent, item 8.
9.
You got 9 you pulled?
Yeah, nine.
Yeah.
Item number 9 comes from Parks, a division of the Chief Administrative Office, recommending the board provide conceptual approval pursuant to Board Policy A3 to amend County Ordinance Code Section 5.48, Streams and Rivers, Commercial Boating, as part of a 5-year river management plan update.
Good morning, Board. Jennifer Frannis, Chief Administrative Office. So as the item indicates, this is conceptual approval for us to look at this ordinance. It's section 5.48. And it relates to how we manage activity on the South Fork of the American River. The reason we're asking for this is because we are in the process of preparing some updates to the river management plan. And while the bulk of the information's in the river management plan, it also affects this ordinance. So we are just wanting to have the board's approval to go ahead and look at revising that ordinance.
Yeah, and that totally makes sense, and appreciate you bringing it forward. And then during, budget talks and the budget ad hoc, Supervisor Veerkamp and I agreed that it's time to look at the fees. And so we were wondering, is this a good opportunity to do that? And so we wanted to add very clear direction to this to staff to look at the fees so it's documented, if everybody's okay with that. Just so there's no, I like having things in the minutes. It really helps, I think, staff and everyone know what we're asking for. So if we could just add that to the item when we approve it, that would be great. And then also, I just wanted to say a quick thank you, because in the list of organizations you were going to work with on this update, you included the CLAP. And that's what it was created for. So I really appreciate you recognizing that and making sure that, because they're there in the community, and that's really where we need to start this groundwork up. So thank you.
Yes, we will be having lots of public meetings as we'll go to the Parks Commission, we'll go to Cool Melodos Advisory Committee, Planning Commission, and then back to your board. And there are fees in both the river management plan and the ordinance, so we will look at both of those.
Awesome. Thank you.
Okay. Everybody okay?
Public comment.
All right. So I'll open it up to public comment. Anybody want to speak on item 9? Come on up, Chris.
Now taking public comments specifically regarding item number 9. Individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. The time will notify you when you have 30 seconds remaining, and again when your time is up. Public comment will be taken first from those participating in the boardroom and then from those participating through Zoom. For those participating by Zoom, please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining the meeting by phone, press star 9 to indicate a desire to comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record.
Come on.
Chris Payne, Diamond Springs, just wanted to comment on item 9 related to the importance of the 5-year river management plan update. This is a long process for our staff, and certainly the river is another one of these things that we have our counties features and people love the river. And they're willing to, in some cases, put their life on the line as they river raft. And certainly we want to do whatever we can as a government body to make sure that they're safe and that we're providing that level of oversight necessary under the circumstances of protecting people. This obviously is only a conceptual approval, but at some point the item will be back before you, and hopefully you'll understand my comments. Thank you.
Thank you, Chris. Anybody else want to speak on this item? Come on up. Let's go to Zoom participants, please, Kim.
Now taking public comments from online participants. There is no additional public comment.
All right, so I'll bring it back to the board.
Move to approve with the additional direction.
Second.
All those in favor by saying aye?
Aye.
Aye. All right.
Motion passes 5-0.
All right, so we'll move to item 31. The budget public workshop, AQMD.
Item 31 is a hearing from Air Quality Management District recommending the board, acting as the AQMD Board of Directors, approve and authorize the chair to sign a resolution adopting fiscal year 25-26 recommended budget for the El Dorado County AQMD. Supervisor Turnbull, could you please open up the hearing?
Yeah, I'm going to open it up to public hearings.
Good morning, Chair Turnbull and members of the board. I'm Scott Wilson, your program manager for Air Quality Management District. We presented our fiscal year 25-26 recommended budget to you at the regular meeting on Tuesday, June 10th. And at that time, your board did not have any direction to have us make any changes to the budget. California Health and Safety Code requires a 2-week period between the public hearing where the recommended budget is presented and the hearing at which the board adopts the budget. So we're here today to request that the board adopts the AQMD fiscal year 25-26 recommended budget as presented. And Rania Soria, our APCO, and I, we're both here to answer any questions.
All right, so bring back the board. Any questions?
Looks good.
Yep.
Yeah, looks good to me too. All right, so let's open it up to public comment.
Now taking public comment specifically regarding item number 31. Individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. The timer will notify you when you have 30 seconds remaining, and again, when your time is up. Public comment will be taken first from those participating in the boardroom and then from those participating through Zoom. For those participating by Zoom, please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate a desire to comment. If we're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record.
Anybody want to speak on this item? Come on up. All right, I don't see anybody. Let's go to Zoom participants, please, Kim.
Now taking public comment from online participants. There's no public comment.
All right. So I'll go ahead and close the public hearing, bring it back to the board for approval.
Move.
Second.
All those in favor by saying aye?
Aye.
All right, thank you.
Motion passes 5-0.
Very much.
So I guess we'll move to item 32.
Item 32 is a hearing from the Auditor Controller recommending the board adopt and authorize the chair to sign the attached resolution for the appropriations limit for fiscal year 25-26. Supervisor Turnbull, can you please open the hearing?
Open the public hearing.
Chair Turnbull, I recommend you listen to the public.
All right. That's it? Anybody has any questions? Board? All right.
I can spend more time on this if you'd like. Supervisor Veerkamp's done this before, so he doesn't want to hear anymore, but the Constitution requires that we publicly compare each year our GAN limit spending versus the revenues we have.
Right.
And we're, I think, $72 million under. So if you find a lot of money, you can legally spend
We
it.
can list.
Okay,
Maybe.
yeah, exactly. All right, thanks, Joe. All right, so I'll go ahead and open it up to the public.
We are now taking public comments specifically regarding item number 32. Individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. The timer will notify you when you have 30 seconds remaining, and again, when your time is up. Public comment will be taken first from those participating in the boardroom and then from those participating through Zoom. For those participating by Zoom, please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate a desire to comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record.
All right, anybody in the boardroom would like to speak on this item? Come on up. All right, let's go to Zoom participants, Kim.
Now taking public comment from online participants. There's no public comment.
All right, so I'm going to close the public hearing, bring it back to the board.
Chair, I'll move item 32 for approval.
Second.
All those in favor by saying aye?
Aye.
All right.
Motion passes 5-0.
All right, so we have a 9:30 time certain. So I guess we can just take a 5-minute break, I guess.
Oh,
Till
sure,
then.
you have your, I'm sorry, you.
Yeah, but it'll take longer.
As long
It'll
as
take a
take
lot
5
longer than
minutes.
that is what I'm figuring,
Yeah.
because it's 30 minutes, so. Okay. All right, we're back. from a break. We didn't leave. I didn't leave. Anyway. So 9:30 time allocation, item number 33, Environmental Management Solid Waste Advisory Committee presentation. Come on up.
Item number 3 comes from Environmental Management Department, Solid Waste Division, on behalf of the El Dorado Solid Waste Advisory Committee, recommending the board, 1, receive a presentation from the El Dorado Solid Waste Advisory Committee, and 2, provide direction to staff or the committee if necessary.
Good morning, Chair Turnbow, and other commissioners, I'm sorry, board members. My name is Dina. Oh, good morning.
Good morning.
Thank you. My name is Dina Watkins Howie, and I'm a member of the El Dorado County Solid Waste Advisory Committee. And we're here to present our advisory committee overview for 2025. Yes, please.
Who doesn't like talking about solid waste?
It's my favorite.
Mine too, in a
Next
weird
slide,
way.
please.
Oh, boy.
So the purpose, what we're here for is the El Dorado County Task Force was established in 1990 pursuant to AB 939, which was the California Integrated Waste Management Act. The statutory term of a task force member is 5 years, and their role to your board is advisory only. The County of El Dorado Task Force is called the El Dorado County Solid Waste Advisory Committee, otherwise known as EDSWAC. Responsibilities of EDSWAC include identifying solid, liquid, and hazardous waste, issues in the countywide and regional concern, assisting with the coordination and continued development of source reduction and recycling programs, determining the need for solid waste collection systems, processing facilities, and marketing strategies that can serve more than one local jurisdiction within the region, and prepare, maintain, and update the El Dorado County Integrated Waste Management Plan. Next slide, please. Membership. EDSWAC is represented by 11 members from the following districts and organizations. There's a member from District 1, which happens to be our vice chair, District 2, District 3, District 4, which is our chair, District 5, the city of Placerville, which is where I'm from, the city of South Lake Tahoe, Cameron Park CSD, El Dorado Hills CSD, El Dorado Disposal, and South Tahoe Refuse. EDSWAC is assisted by El Dorado County Environmental Management Department. Next staff, please. What we do. EDSWAC's primary purpose in 2024 was to assist the haulers and the jurisdictions with the implementation of state law SB 1383, known as the organic recycling. SB 1383 requires significant public education and stakeholder coordination, as well as potential problems like increasing costs, public health problems, and state enforcement. Next slide, please. We review governing documents. So established in 1992 by the El Dorado County Board of Supervisors, created in response to AB 939, which was the California Integrated Waste Management Act of 1989, to help county meet state mandated waste diversion targets. We use bylaws and state guidance to conduct operations, updated by bylaws introduced in 2009, successfully adjusted operations to adapt the Brown Act teleconference requirements and Legistar, planning to update our bylaws in 2026 to fully modernize the committee. Slide. I'm sorry, did we miss one? Challenges? Right, thank you. So the challenges are reaching diversion targets in times of growth, implementing new state laws, organic recycling, adapting to global waste stream disruptions, keep costs down for ratepayers and jurisdictions, creating clear education programs for the public, and sitting and permitting of solid waste facilities. Our upcoming goals The El Dorado Solid Waste Advisory Committee goals for 2025 were established by item number 25-0118 to reduce El Dorado County's reported pounds per person per day in all jurisdictions by supporting the implementation of organics recycling, continuing to support established programs like C&D, inert, and HHW recycling, and targeted public education on the 4 Rs: reduce, reuse, recycle, and recover. To complete the assigned 2025 California Integrated Waste Management Plan and the 2025 Solid Waste Management Plan reviews by the end of 2025. And that ends our presentation from the EDSWAC.
All right, so I'll bring it to the board. Any questions or comments?
Yeah, I do. And I'm so sorry I missed your name.
Dina Watkins Howie.
Thank you, Dina. So, well, a couple things. I did reach out to the clerk of the board yesterday, and I'm asking that on all of these presentations that we have, and it's not directed to you so much, but you referenced the bylaws, you referenced the organizing document. So I asked the clerk that when we have these presentations, those organizing documents are attached
Okay.
easily for everyone. So the clerk will work on that. That wasn't on you guys. It's
Okay.
just, I think we keep talking about the bylaws for each of these committees that comes up, and then I am not going to take the time to go find them, quite honestly, because
Right.
I just don't have the wherewithal. And the same thing with the organizing documents. And then I think in the organizing documents, it would tell us if it's mandated or not, I believe, is where we would find that. So, because we have committees that are mandated and we have some that aren't, and I believe this one's
I
mandated,
think it
correct?
is as well.
So, and then again, same conversation we had last week, I think, with a different committee, but the role it says is to advise the board of supervisors. And I know that it's great and it's important that these parties that are part of EDSWAC get together and talk, but I don't feel that the board hears what's going on there and what you're advising. And so, and I know specifically a couple years ago when we were looking at the composting in 1383, I distinctly remember Supervisor Heidel, I think, asking, what does EDSWAC think about this? And we kind of were blindly figuring it out on our own.
Okay.
So I don't know how to help with that, because if that is what your role is, we need to hear it somehow. And I don't know how to make that happen. But I get it. It's critical that you're working in the city, CSDs or disposal refuge. All that's important that you're talking, and I appreciate that. But I'm just not sure how that helps advise us
Right.
in decision making.
Okay. So we need a way to get it back to you as far
Somehow,
as-
yeah. And on occasions, I think we need a mechanism to get stuff to EDSWAC, especially like that composting situation, I think really could have helped us a lot. And then separate, I'm going to change thoughts, but also with the reaching diversion targets, we don't hear what that are, and it's not in here, I don't believe. Are we making it? Are we close? Or, when are we supposed to hear that?
Right.
Yeah.
Okay, so yeah, we are working on programs to make the diversion table, get to be able to reach our targets. So we will need to provide you with some information on how and what programs that are being implemented to do that.
Right. And is it working? Because I don't think we know if it's working or not. Are
Mm.
the targets are targets? I don't know if they're
Right.
always realistic.
Yeah, I don't have it off the top of my head
Okay.
what we're at, right now, but environmental management is the staff help for EDSWAC. So I
Okay.
would say if you have any requests, it could go through environmental management and then they could bring it to the EDSWAC.
Okay.
Yeah, I
That
just want
makes
to, I
sense.
want to piggyback on that because I was on the Solid Waste Advisory Committee. And I was on Swamp, basically putting that plan together, the solid waste plan, and worked very, very hard on it. And we were supposed to meet our diversion rates within 5 years, and we haven't done that yet. And I just don't understand why that we haven't met our goals yet. And I think we need to more concentrate on that, especially when we have the plan, and we need to stick to that plan to make sure that we meet that requirement. So I just,
Well,
We-
and I think another concern with all of that is that legislation and the state keeps changing. It's a constantly moving. So we have a target of diversion rate, but what can be recycled has changed dramatically. And that's where one of my concerns is that because I have been reaching out to Monica at Eldorado Disposal. I just had a simple question and she's been amazing at giving me information, and I actually realized, and I should have realized sooner, you know, what we can recycle today is far different than when these targets were created. So are they even realistic? And has the public figured out what they can and can't, what's our contamination rates? All of that
Mhm.
stuff is a piece of that
So we
puzzle.
do talk about that in NITSWAC, so it sounds like we need to make sure that we're getting that information passed on to the board.
Yeah, I think we need that, especially when it comes to percentages. I want to know where we're at.
Okay.
Are we at 60%? Are we 65%? Because I know we're supposed to be at least 70% within 5 years, and we haven't had, it hasn't
was
happened
like
yet, so.
Back in 2002.
Yeah, I
As
know, when
long
we
as-
developed
yeah.
this plan, I know, and it's frustrating to me.
Yeah.
So, anyway,
So thank you for that and
Yeah.
understanding. It's just, I don't feel that we're hearing it, and I'm sure you guys are doing great work.
Okay,
And
yeah,
if
no,
we,
I understand, I appreciate
yeah,
that.
if the board can be of support too with messaging or something, you know, we need to know that.
Okay.
so on any other comments? You have a comment?
Mine
I
were the
answered it.
same.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah,
Okay.
mine were
Alright.
the same. I really wanted to know some
Yeah,
data.
yeah,
Okay.
great.
Yeah.
You got
Just quick
anything?
question, and it might be better addressed with Mr. Warren. With the SB 1383, was there state funding that came with that?
There was grant funding that you could get, so.
We still have any, or is it over, or was it a one-time grant?
Good morning, Board. Jeff Warren, Director for Environmental Management. The SB 1383 is not, there's no state funding for it, but we did apply for grants from Cal Recycle. So we are using that funding to purchase the compost at a much slower rate than is what is projected, but we're doing well with Cal Recycle in our efforts to meet the 1383 goals.
Thank you.
Thanks, Jeff. Appreciate it. Any other comments from the board? I'll go ahead and open it up to public comment. Come on up, Chris.
Now taking public comment specifically regarding item number 33. Individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. The timer will notify you when you have 30 seconds remaining, again when your time is up. Public comment will be taken first from those participating in the boardroom and then from those participating through Zoom. For those participating by Zoom, please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate a desire to comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record.
Chris Payne, Diamond Springs. Just for background, I have a degree from UC Davis in environmental engineering, which I never used. But one of the elements of my environmental was solid waste management. So I have a very interested perspective on solid waste management. I note that there's been legislative action that goes back in terms of our history of this committee. But at the same time, I thought we would get statistical information today. Not just a general, this is how our organization is structured, but more to the details of what the board wants to hear. How are we doing? There is an answer to why we haven't met our goals. And that is that one size doesn't fit all. We're one of the most diverse populations and diverse topography in the state. I say we're one of the, so we compete with others who also could say the same thing. And when you have that essential community, then it's difficult to push on a approach that is more urban, curbside, than it is to talk about us where we have group locations. We have one spot where people bring their cans, including the compost, which is every other week with structured with recycle. And I most recently had a issue because the neighbor that had the group location told us that they didn't want us there. and made it difficult by putting all of their cars to block us. I thought at the time that there was not going to be an answer. There was. El Dorado Disposal worked it out. We have a small truck now that comes on Mondays and we get picked up at the bottom of our hill. Wow, that was great. I mean, to have something turn out so that it's even better than what we had before. But I'm saying in a broader perspective, we need to pay more attention to this, and I expect this committee to help us do that. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Chris. Anybody else in the boardroom like to speak on this item? Come on up then. All right, Kim, let's go to Zoom participants.
Now taking public comment from online participants. There's no public comment.
All right, so bring it back to board. Any other final thoughts or questions?
I'd just like to publicly thank the committee for their work. Chair Turnbull, you know, it's a lot of work and
It is a lot of work.
Not a high paying job. So appreciate that. El Dorado Disposal has worked through a few of the situations of late, as Chris just explained, with some unique pickup locations. And we are very rural in a large pickup area. So it is complicated stuff. 1383 made it even
Yeah,
tougher.
harder, yeah.
And again, my hat's off for it. I've been over to the MRF. I try to go there every once in a while and just check on things and see what things are doing. And I think they're going very well. But it's a very complicated trying to meet all the state requirements that they think one size fits all. So.
Yeah. All right, thank you for that. Greg, you got anything?
No, thank you.
All right, so there's no action on this, so thank you for the presentation. I really appreciate it.
Thanks, Dina.
So I'll move to item 30, Planning and Building County Film Ordinance Update.
Item number 30 comes from Planning and Building Department, Economic Development Division, recommending the board, 1, receive and file a presentation on the county's current film resolution. 2, direct staff to prepare a county film ordinance based on the state's recommended model filming ordinance. 3, direct staff to submit the county film ordinance to the California Film Commission. 4, direct staff to prepare a memorandum of understanding agreement between the county and the El Dorado County Chamber of Commerce on behalf of El Dorado Tahoe Film and Media. 5, direct staff to prepare a fee schedule for film permits activities. And 6, return to the board with a film permit ordinance, MOU, and fee schedule for approval.
All right, Karen.
All right, good morning, Kim, if you don't mind bringing it up. Appreciate that. So Karen Garner, Planning and Building Director, which includes, of course, the Economic Development Division. So earlier this year, y'all had to make some really tough budget decisions, and a portion of that was reducing some of the funding in economic development. One of the programs that was affected was the Film Commission Film Office. But I'm happy to say I'm back before you to present option for you to consider and provide direction on to fund that particular economic development tool that we have. Great, thank you. So Kim just read through the specific recommendations, so I won't repeat all those, but I do want to add that I did also want to get direction from you. The current funding from the current budget does end on June 30th. So I'm asking if we can, and that has been paid quarterly, if we can go ahead and pay for that first quarter so that there's not a gap in payment for those services that we have with the Film Commission. Next slide. So we don't actually currently have a county film ordinance. We have a county film resolution. It was last done or last done in 1990, which is a really long time for not having updated that. So if nothing else, this definitely needs to be updated. And in fact, the state now has a model film ordinance that they recommend jurisdictions approve and use. They do allow changes to that, modifications. What they ask is if there's some modifications that you submit it to the statewide Film Commission. They'll provide comments, perhaps they're advisory only. You, the board, have the ability to adopt whatever film ordinance you so choose. So if we decide to adopt the county film ordinance, they very strongly recommend that you designate a specific person to work with the film and media production industry. And it describes some of the responsibilities of that person. And that is attraction of media production to the jurisdiction, assistance in expediting the issuance of any necessary permits, coordination of multi-jurisdictional filming, and then providing, reviewing, getting information on a uniform film permit application form. So one of the changes that is being proposed is, rather than how it was structured before with a resolution, is it provided, who was, the chamber was involved and what the role was. I'm recommending that we adopt more or less the statewide model film ordinance, which is a little more generic. Since it's an ordinance, we probably won't have to update it that often. But then in addition to that, have a separate MOU with the chamber and the film office. And that's where we can get into the details of exactly what their responsibilities are, what the county's responsibilities are, how we're going to work together, the data that we're going to collect. And I know that's probably a key thing that the board is interested in. What I have been talking to the film office about is how can we best collect data that shows specifically the impacts to El Dorado County. There's some great formulas out there, some statewide standards that I'm sure are actually quite accurate that show the impact of film production. But I think what I've heard from this board is, specifically what kind of TOT is being generated from projects, what kind of sales tax, what dollars are actually being spent in the county from these film productions. So that'll all be spelled out in this MOUs, and certainly staff will assist and gather that information. The thought is to include stats from the film office activities into our department's quarterly reports, and then report back annually presentation to the board on those activities. Okay, the fees is another thing that we have not done that we're proposing. And what that would allow is if a production, and when I say production, this could be a film, it could be a photo shoot, it could be a commercial, it could be a music video, any of those things. If they are using a county road, a county facility, or county property, we can collect a fee for that. And that is going to be the bulk of how we pay for this position, is through those fees. So those fees can vary, and I'll show some examples of other local jurisdictions and agencies and how they have their structured, but it can be based on shooting days, prep and strike days, which is basically setup and tear down days. Usually there's some flexibility when they tell us, hey, we're going to be filming between this date and this date. There is usually some flexibility. So if weather is a factor for some reason, that they can extend that. If they make significant changes saying, hey, we thought we were going to be here in June, turns out we're not going to be there till August, we can actually charge for, a major significant change to their application for something like that. Likely be a sliding scale. As you can imagine, there are film productions and print productions that really run the gamut from, independent, small, just getting started, to major motion pictures. And the ability to pay those fees would vary. And so we want to perhaps have a sliding scale. I will work with the film office to figure out exactly what fees we want to charge. Again, they'll be based similar to some of the examples I'm going to show you, but we'll bring that back for the board, to the board for final approval. So here on this slide, next slide, I have some examples of film permit fees that are charged locally. City of Placerville, they have different, depending on the crew size, they'll charge, as you can see, if it's below have 59 or less of a crew size, they actually do not charge a fee. Then they go to $500 per day of filming for 60 to 99 and $1,000 a day for 100 or more. EID for their slide park recreation area, which is used for different media production. They break it down between whether it's film or photography and charge also based on crew size. They have different fees for whether it's an actual shooting day, a little bit less for setup teardown days. So those are some of the examples we'll be looking at. And as you can see, especially for the larger, it is a significant amount of money that can be collected through these fees. All right, I want to talk a little bit about film office funding. We have, for the past several years, funded the office at $150,750 a year. A little more than half of that goes to the director's salary. And then about a little less than a quarter of that is for promotions and marketing, and then some of the overhead and payroll taxes through the chamber. I'll go through some of the questions I've received, but I know one of them has been, well, hey, can't we just pull this into the county? Can a county staff person do this? The answer is yes. That is something that can be done. That is some of the way it's modeled in some other jurisdictions. I think in this situation, just given sort of the time frame, I'm not recommending that now, but if the board would like me to look at other models going forward, then I'm happy to do that. Look at the pros and cons of each of those. Again, it can be a actual county employee. It can be, perhaps a direct contract. It can be through a chamber or some other organization. Usually it's some sort of tourist or economic development related organization. So we can certainly look at that as an option. All right, and my last slide is, again, just directing staff to prepare a film ordinance based on the state's model. The only add I would suggest making is in that state model, it talks about all the information we want to collect on the application. A lot of it is stuff, we want to know how many people and things like that. I just wanted to add to make sure we have that flexibility that we can ask for other information as deemed necessary, either by the county or by the film commission, film office, so that we can make changes to that application as we see fit. Asking for direction to submit that film ordinance to the California Film Commission. They'll have, they usually turn it around, but give them a maximum 30 days to respond. If they do have any suggestions, I will bring back those suggestions to you. Prepare an MOU with the El Dorado Chamber and Film Office. And again, that'll spell out exactly roles and responsibilities, payment structure, all the details. Prepare a fee schedule for your review and approval, and return to you with all that information. And again, begin paying starting July 1st for these services. So one of the other questions that I have had is, can a county employee right now take over the duties of the film officer? And I would say that, first of all, it is already a full-time job, so it would be extremely challenging for anybody already on staff to take over those duties. With our benefits that we offer and the costs, I think we would probably exceed the $150,000 that we give the chamber if we were to do that for a staff person. It definitely requires a lot of knowledge of the film industry, the relationships. Our current film officer has spent years building those relationships, not only with the film industry, but locally as well for the businesses that supply services, the hotels, the restaurants, the recreation opportunities, the lumber yards for when they need materials. So I know our Kathleen, our current film officer, has all those folks on her Rolodex and calls them up quite frequently to work with them to help and supply, the services that are needed for these film productions. And another question is, does the county have to have a film commissioner? It is not a requirement by the state that we have one, but the state law does strongly encourage that every county have a model film ordinance, and within that, a film commissioner. So, if you look at what the state requires, and it also goes so far as to say that the state will, their film commission will provide services, will provide help and assistance when necessary. But it does say that it is predicated on the local government agency demonstrating substantial compliance with the model process for granting film permits. So in other words, they have carrots to offer, but if we do not have a, do not adopt a film ordinance, do not have a designated person, they're probably not going to be as anxious to help us out. So, I will also say that in my 30-year career in local government, half of that's been spent in economic development. And the reason that this was something that, I wanted to take a look at and see if we could make it work somehow is I see a very high return on investment for this. We're spending $150,000, but the return on, the increased TOT, the sales tax that these crews spend when they're here in the county is, I'm going to gather that data so we can show that that exceeds the cost. That is, I think, what you've been asking for, and I'm happy to do that and show those numbers. There, of course, are a lot of other, other benefits, indirect benefits, all those kinds of things, and those are good as well. But I want to gather that data that you've been asking for and show you, that it is worth our investment. With that, I'm actually going to ask Kathleen to come up because we have a film that she just landed, and I want to give her the opportunity to talk about that. And it'll put some context to some of the things I've been talking about in terms of how many people will actually, be coming to the county for this film. So with that, I'm going to give Kathleen a couple of minutes.
Thank you, Karen. Thank you, board. My name is Kathleen Dodge. I'm the film commissioner for El Dorado County. Happy to be here today to share some very exciting news with you. This week, the California Film Commission put out a press release. And in that press release was this list that you'll be receiving. You'll be seeing the press release and a list of 48 independent feature films that will be shot in the state of California and will be receiving the California tax incentive. It tells a story, and I'd like to share that with you. So there are 48 projects on this list. 29 of these projects will be shot in the LA zone. So that'll be in LA County and those counties that are in the zone within 30 miles, okay? That leaves us with 19 other projects that are going to shoot in the state of California. Okay, out of those 19 projects that will shoot other places in the state of California, only 16 counties will see those projects. If you look very carefully, if you're looking at the projects that are not shooting in LA, the highest budget project is shooting in El Dorado County. That's a success. There are 58 counties in the state of California, okay? 58, that means that over 40 counties are not seeing projects, okay? It doesn't happen without work. It takes time, it takes skill, it takes marketing. I want to say we're so excited. Unfortunately, every project doesn't hit everywhere in the county, but this project will be very strongly hitting El Dorado Hills, and Cameron Park, Shingle Springs. A budget of $27 million. If we took the budget of the Film Commission out of that 27 million and figured out what the percentage is, the percentage of ROI would be 17,000%. And you're saying, but they're not going to spend the whole 27 million here. Of course not. But over the years, our ROI has ranged between 1,600 and 2,000 a year. So I think if you can see that it would be 27,000, that 2,000 is realistic, and that's a success. The other thing is, as you look at these 48 projects, let me tell you that not one of these projects comes from a county that does not have a film commission. Not only do they have a regional film office with the California Film Commission, they belong to film liaisons in California statewide, which is a marketing arm, which we belong to. I just want to end this by saying it's been an honor to work in this county. I believe in what I'm doing. I respect and appreciate all the support I have had, and I hope you allow us to continue. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Kathleen.
Hey, Chair, you gotta
Yeah,
check that out.
yeah. Hold your applause.
We don't
Please,
applause
we don't.
in the
Yeah.
boardroom. It's in our policy on the agenda.
Yeah. All right. So I'll bring it back to the board. Any questions or thoughts at this time?
Yeah, I'll start it off with the board discussion.
Okay.
So appreciate it. I don't think anyone's going to argue that the film industry is an economic generator in the county. That's a no-brainer. I think what it is that it's how we do it. And there has been supervisors in the past, county supervisors that have asked that we change our model. I've been a supporter of changing our model. I noticed in the staff memo that was attached that says 52 of 58 California counties have a film commission. 35 of them, which is more than a majority, have a dedicated employee. County has a dedicated employee handling the film commission duties. Only 17 of them use an outside agency. 6 don't have a film commission, so they wouldn't have been eligible for, they didn't make it onto this list. So, and I'm just gonna, I'll just say it. When something's in-house and the Board of Supervisors ask for data and information, we should be able to feel that we can have that information. And at our last talk about this, and that's what kind of clinched it in my mind, was that we need to change our model, was when we were asking for some very specific data, and our chamber representatives came up and said they were insulted that we were asking for that information. And I went, well, that's how we make decisions, is on data. And that just wasn't okay. So I've been a supporter all along for many years prior to being on the board that we change our model and we bring it in-house. And I know that there's been some staffing changes in our economic development division. I think that we should look at using what's changing there in that division and see if we can bring it in-house. Because then when we ask for data and questions, we'll get it. And there won't be any squabbling about that. So I appreciate Kathleen and all you've done. I really do. And I'm hoping that if we do change the model that you'll continue. I really do. You represent our county very well. So again, we want to do this and we need to do it. It's just the how and the model. So and change is not something that we should be afraid of. If it makes sense and it's time, we should do it. So that's where I'm at.
Okay. Any other questions from board members at this time?
Not now.
Go ahead. Brooke.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Ms. Gardner, for bringing this forward. I was really concerned when we made some decisions over the first part of the year as to the third-party agencies, and I have voiced and my colleagues know that I just felt it was a little bit of a hatchet approach as opposed to let's kind of peel this apart. So I support the board's decision. That's the way democracy works. But I'm happy to see that there's an attempt to really take a look at this particular item and look at if there is another approach. To that end, did you run any numbers as to what it would cost to have an in-house person versus a contract out? The 150,000 to me just seems like pennies for what that investment will bring back. And if we brought that person in-house and we then start talking about benefits and all the things that you mentioned, it feels like we could get to 150,000 really quick. So are there actual numbers though to support that thought?
Yeah, so, probably the closest example is Placer County. They have an in-house person. I don't know that person's exact salary. I know I looked at it and I want to say it was around 100,000, probably a little bit more. With benefits, typically that's another, half, 50%, so 150. So, if that's the number, then Placer County is just in salary and benefits is $150,000. That leaves no additional funds for the marketing and for some of the other things. However, again, I am happy to look at that model and explore that and look at some options and see how we can do things differently. Placer County is not the only example, so we can look at others and decide, put together kind of a pros and cons list and figure out what makes sense for us.
And then finally, with regards to the administrative overhead, you have that on the graph at 15%. So is that what the chamber keeps in order to
Correct.
spend? Okay.
Yeah, so, they're answering the phones, they're, helping with marketing information. They're pretty, the chamber staff is pretty involved in helping, especially when there are bigger productions or bigger events going on. So that covers those costs.
And is that a normal amount for some kind of administrative fee for this? It seemed a little bit high to me, but I don't know all of what goes into it.
Yeah, I haven't been able to compare that directly, but again, if we're exploring different models, I'll see if I can find that number elsewhere for those counties that do contract out their services and see, assuming that they have brought it in front of their board at some point, should be able to get those numbers and compare. Absolutely.
Thank you.
All right. Any other questions? Greg, you have anything?
No, just maybe, we'll go back. I want to just ask the question and back up a few months is why are we here? Was it, and I know the answer, because we voted to cut TOT. But were there any performance issues or anything we can direct at the way the film commission has been working that the county hasn't been satisfied with? Or are we here simply because we cut the TOT?
I think it's the latter, as Supervisor Parlin pointed out, Kathleen has done an excellent job and she's actually known around the state for the work that she has done. So it certainly wasn't performance issue. I think the only thing is, again, what has been discussed is maybe just getting some different data than, as in talking with Kathleen earlier, I said, board wants the boring stuff. She's got an exciting job for sure. And so it's fun to talk about the productions that have been here and are coming here. But at the end of the day, sometimes what you guys have to deal with is sort of the bottom line, the boring stuff. And we can help with that. I think if there's any fault, on economic development is we haven't been as engaged with them to, help gather that data to instruct them like, that's good data, but we also want, TOT data or sales tax data. So we can definitely help with that.
Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else? Any comments? All right. So I'm going to go ahead and open up the public comment. Come on up.
We are now taking public comment specifically regarding item number 30. Individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. The timer will notify you when you have 30 seconds remaining, and again when your time is up. Public comment will be taken first from those participating in the boardroom and then from those participating through Zoom. For those participating by Zoom, please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate a desire to comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record.
Good morning, Board and Chair. Michael Rinaldi, President of the Farm Bureau, 40-some year resident of El Dorado County. Several days ago, I submitted some public comments to you for this item that focus primarily on the what and the why. Why the program is important, what impact it has on El Dorado County and jobs. But I want to use my brief time today to focus more on the who, and that's Kathleen Dodge. She's a consummate professional in a very, very competitive field. The media, television, and film industry is highly competitive and evolves around contact and personal experiences and personal relationships. And she brings that to this effort and has for 30-some years. She has consistently performed at the highest professional level. To think that we could bring this in-house and be able to onboard somebody, have the same access to the contacts in the industry, and deliver the same high level of performance is just unrealistic. I mean, Brian, you and I served at a time when this item came up every time about bringing it in-house. I firmly believe that's a huge mistake. You know, the industry is different than a lot of industries, and the way that point person engages with industry members probably violates or is counter to a handful of your HR policies. It is just not a good idea. And I think you've had great performance. I think you'll continue to have great performance. And I think you know from my submitted comments that it impacts the community and agriculture in a significant way. And so I really hope that you will acknowledge her efforts and continue to support those efforts. You know, these film and television productions are seen on screens around the world. And there's a component of pride that goes with El Dorado County citizens who see their community shown on a major motion picture or in a very popular TV show. So there's a component of pride that goes with this that I hope you won't forget in your decision. There's a flexibility that goes with that job that doesn't exist within the confines of a public and government agency. Please consider that and please support this. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Michael.
Thanks, Mike.
Good morning. I'm Roberta Long. I came today to advocate for the retention and maintenance of an important asset to El Dorado County, El Dorado Tahoe Film. My husband David and I moved to Georgetown in 1975, and I was appointed to the Georgetown Advisory Committee by Supervisor Joe Flynn. I was also a photojournalist for the Mountain Democrat, Georgetown Gazette newspapers, and managing editor of Village Life and Cameron Park Life. During those years, economic cycles expanded and contracted, demographics and technologies changed. In times of financial downturns, the tendency is to concentrate on pruning spending, but it's also important to look at opportunities for increasing revenue. When the Film Commission was created under contract with the County Chamber, Kathleen Dodge was hired to take responsibility for marketing the location opportunities in the county and providing services before, during, and after filming. Kathleen had the advantage of knowing the film industry since she had worked with producers in Hollywood. Scenes from one of the first major movies here were filmed over several days in Georgetown. It was released in 1996 under the title Good Luck. It starred Vincent D'Onofrio and Gregory Hines and included a group of local extras. Kathleen was there throughout the filming. In 2015, Not Your Year was filmed in El Dorado Hills Town Center with local producer Paul Nicknig, local director and screenwriter James Myers, and a cast from B Street Theater in Sacramento. Kevin Nagel, executive producer, made a cameo appearance. As film commissioner, Kathleen expanded the county film services to include Lake Tahoe. The title was changed to El Dorado Tahoe Film and Media Office. It created opportunities for winter projects, and one of them was a commercial featuring a new line of athletic wear by a popular German company. Kathleen has grown El Dorado Tahoe Film and transformed it into an all-inclusive service recognized in the industry for its locations and its hosting. Okay.
Thank you, Roberta. Good to see you.
I love film. The shock of going through this year's Board of Supervisors budget hearings. You accomplished it. If you were going to shock the community into understanding that anything that we do is subject to review, to comment, and to establishing whether or not we have success in that program, that may not be enough. What I'm saying is that the notion that county can have all the services that it wants is it's not relative to common sense. We can't have all the services that we want. In this case, when you have a return on investment, the notion that you still have to invest is critically important. And I think this opportunity that we have here as presented by staff brings the notion of Supervisor Parlin of having the county government involved, not only involved, but let's say responsible, then leaves it to them to present to you, as they have today, the program which can be implemented and fill a void. Because this year's budget process created many, many voids. And I've been to this podium talking about some of those, and I don't want to elaborate on them. We know what they are. In this case, then, the film permit ordinance, this memorandum of understanding between the county, the El Dorado County Chamber of Commerce on behalf of the El Dorado Tahoe Film and Media, what we call the firm office, and the fee schedule are before you. It's illogical that you would not support trying this out. I don't believe taking or giving the Planning and Building Department Economic Development Division the full responsibility at this time makes any sense. Thank you for your.
Thanks, Chris.
Good morning, Board. My name is Jennifer West, and I am the Film Commissioner for the City of Sacramento. I would like to praise the exceptional work Kathleen Dodge and the El Dorado County Film Office. El Dorado County has proven itself to be a key player in the region's growing film industry, and we greatly value our partnership. Kathleen's expertise, dedication, and leadership have been instrumental in positioning El Dorado County as a top-tier destination for film and television production. The collaboration between El Dorado, Placer, and Sacramento offices have been invaluable. Together, we have become a force multiplier, combining resources to promote the Tri-County area as an attractive filming location. Our collective efforts have significantly increased the region's visibility, attracting more high-profile productions to all three counties. Kathleen's work is truly invaluable in this effort. She has secured major productions and fostered strong relationships within the film industry, ensuring that our local communities and businesses see the full benefits of these projects. I want to reiterate that just yesterday, the California Film Commission reported what Kathleen has been working on for months, a $27 million film that will shoot in El Dorado, Placer, and Sacramento later this year. This is the trifecta we speak about. We are incredibly fortunate to have such a dedicated and knowledgeable film commissioner in Kathleen Dodge. El Dorado County and our entire region have benefited from her leadership. I'm also available to support in any efforts for economic indicators.
Can I ask a quick clarifying question, Ms.
Yeah.
West, just really quick? Just simple yes or no. You said you're the film commissioner for Placer County?
No, I'm the
For
City of Sacramento Film
City of
Commissioner,
Sacramento,
but I
okay.
also represent Sacramento County as a whole.
And do you work for either one, or are you one of those outside agencies?
I work for the City of Sacramento.
Okay, so you do work for the city,
Yes.
so you're a city employee?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
We're Allison and Tom Lopridge, and just a little bit about us. We are innkeepers here in El Dorado County. We are actually 24 years in the business, and so we've been doing it longer than anyone at this point on the western slope. So we know a few things about this. As 24 years of doing this, we've survived a lot of things, including the advent of Airbnb, which was not around 7 years when we started doing this. So we predate Airbnb. We survived the 2008 financial crisis. We survived COVID, and we're still here. And this terrifies me, because what is really, really important to us is having people come to our county. It is so very important. And I'm gonna straight out say, please don't gamble with this. And we know that Kathleen, okay, so we're also actors. We took a lot of years off acting, and then recently just decided, we're going back to it. And so got involved in the Sacramento film community. We sometimes get paid, and when we get paid, we go down there to do it, right? Everyone down there knows Kathleen. They all know her. In fact, I know new people who introduced me to her up here from down there. So she is well connected. Bringing film here is such a great thing for not just actors, but also the extras in our community that get to be on set for a day. It is the funnest thing ever, and our community gets to participate in that. And lastly, as parents, we have 4 children. They were born in Marshall Hospital, went to El Dorado High School. They're all adults now. 2 of them have left and have returned because there's no place better to live than here. And on their behalf, they work for us now. If we can't put heads in beds, they don't have a job. If we can't put heads in beds, as those crises that I've told you before, we work for free. I worked for free many times just to keep it afloat. I have gone and gotten overnight jobs at Eschaton just to keep it afloat when these terrible times happen. Please don't gamble with us, our children, their employment. And the last thing I want to say about them is our young people want to be in a place where there's interesting things happening. They can get employment, they can make a living for themselves and a life for themselves. We don't want our children to have to leave here because this is not having anything for them to do. So anything you can do to bring interesting things here, to bring employment here, to keep my children employed, you keep our family here. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Dan Bautista. I'm a filmmaker that specializes in location management, and I'm a Capital Film Arts Alliance board member. I work with film commissioners a lot, so I've got a lot of experience with them. And I'm glad to hear some of these people speak, and all of you realize what an asset Kathleen Dodge is. I work with a lot of film commissioners, and she really is top tier. The work that she does, I think, is recognized. So I'll spare you some of those things that I was going to share with that. You know, you've heard just about all the, you are more familiar with this than I am, and you've heard a lot of great pleas, but just from a location manager's point of view, we're not talking about Bakersfield here. No offense to Bakersfield. We're talking about El Dorado County. And it has some of the most beautiful vistas in all of California and maybe even the world. Think about your jurisdiction. It covers the Sierra foothills and mountains, rivers, historic towns, ski resorts, wine country, the Rubicon Trail. You're responsible for almost a third of the 5th largest alpine lake in the world. That includes Emerald Bay, probably the most beautiful portion of it. And the reason that I mention that is in the absence of a strong film commissioner and the oversight that she brings, we're still going to have people going up to film, but not the productions that we want, because those won't be promoted. Those won't be attracted to our community. The ones that will be attracted are the ones that we don't want. Those renegade, sketchy ones that like to work in the world without oversight. The professional companies that we work with, they often see towns that don't have that kind of the infrastructure that they like. They see it as like Wild West renegade areas, and it really isn't attracted to them because it doesn't have the support staff that they need. So there's a lot of reasons, you know, to bring it in-house, to just keep this program alive, but ultimately, just do it for the money, I think. I think everybody realizes that this is an economic impact, and you know, it almost feels like at first we were tripping over dollars to save pennies, that we were a barber selling his scissors or her scissors to pay the bills, and it would just be a shame. It would be a shame for that to happen, and also more importantly, for as stewards of this beautiful portion of California, that we not make it available to share with the world and for filmmakers nationwide. That's really all I have. Thank you for your consideration. Thank you.
Excuse me. Good morning, board. Mike Kobus, local business owner, resident of Camino, and I'm here to jump on the Kathleen, bandwagon. Just a couple of stories that I know personally of Kathleen because I've known her for a long time. One story was, this was several years ago, Toyota was planning on shooting a commercial somewhere. And I know Kathleen met the crew, the production crew, out at the Placerville Airport on a cold February morning with coffee and donuts. They shot that film here, or that commercial here. It was a pretty big one. I remember they were shooting it, I think it was over at the Spreckles Quarry or something like that. Another thing I can tell you, I have a friend of mine who's a part-time actor, waiter, and he was staying up at my house up in Tahoe, and he asked me, he goes, "Do you know Kathleen Dodge?" And I said, "Oh yeah, I know her." She goes, "Oh my gosh, she is just well known, you know, in the production, movies and film, TV commercials. Everybody knows her. You know, she goes out there and does it." And then on another one, my brother, who's since retired, but he worked for Warner Brothers. He was not a producer or anything like that. He was a money guy, a controller or something like that. He signed everybody's paychecks. It's got a lot of stories about that. But anyhow, he asked me one time, he goes, "Do you know this gal named Kathleen Dodge?" Because her name is just always coming up in our production, stuff like that. So her reach, you know, not just here in El Dorado County, but bringing these production to fruition. I mean, it's her. She's the one that does that amazingly. And she's just so dedicated. And I just encourage you to keep supporting Film Commission, keep supporting Kathleen Dodge. Thank you very much. Have a good afternoon, morning.
Thank you, Mike.
Thank you, Mike.
Hello, my name is Joseph Mendoza, and I've been in many years in the movie and entertainment business. I want to speak in support of something we often take for granted until it's gone. Our film commission, and more importantly, the leadership of Kathleen Dodge that's driven it. Many in the industry, including myself, consider Kathleen the most passionate and dedicated film commissioner that we have ever worked with. A film commissioner isn't just someone who coordinates productions. They are an ambassador for the county and the city's stories, a builder of local jobs, and a magnet for creativity and economic growth. Every time a movie chooses to shoot here, it means work for our businesses, visibility for our landscapes, and pride in our community. Without a film commission, those opportunities go elsewhere. We lose not only revenue, but the chance to tell our story on a broader stage. But what makes your commission truly special is the person behind it. Kathleen is a tireless advocate who has poured heart and soul into supporting filmmakers and promoting this region. Kathleen is the first impression with seasoned studio types and the next upcoming hometown directors like Greta Gerwig and Joe Carnahan, who want their projects to be filmed where they grew up. We don't just need a film commission. We are lucky to already have an exceptional one. Let's not dismantle something that's working. Let's continue to build on it. And I'd like to also add, I've been a business owner since I was 18 years old, and I've hired hundreds and hundreds of employees. And I understand some of the things that you've said, but I can also understand that to find somebody like Kathleen is 1 in a million. I can count on one hand how many times I've hired somebody that was perfect for the job. There's nobody like Kathleen. And I really honestly feel you would be losing something if you take that away from her, because she is working the hardest you'll ever find any employee to do. Thank you for your time. Thank you.
Hello. Thank you for this time. My name is Britt Beer, and I am a comedian, and I work full-time in film as a production coordinator. So my role is definitely intricate with of Kathleen Dodge and getting permitting through the city. And I'll use a recent example. The production company I work for, which has won Emmys, was recently shooting an industrial commercial in Turlock, and we almost walked away because Turlock does not have the industry that, once again, I want to echo Stan of Locations was saying. This is El Dorado and Tahoe County. Many, many locations. This is expansive. And not only that, but bringing it in-house. We're film. We do not work Monday through Friday, 9 to 5. A lot of decisions are being made the night before at midnight on a Saturday. And so working with the city of Turlock, we needed permits for minors. No one was familiar with this through the city. Getting a hold of them through their hours. And once again, I also like have a family life. I like to live a balanced life, but working in film. I live right around the corner, and for hometown street cred, I chipped my saxophone mouthpiece on the Main Street Parade. I used to sling pulled pork at Hog Wild on Main Street. But also, I'm in the new wave of working in film. I'm wearing a jacket from working on the film Sacramento, which intricately filmed here at Jenkinson Lake and also the city of Sacramento. I also want to point out that this time is very vulnerable in film production. There is a huge vacuum in LA right now with their industry unfortunately hurting from fires and many changes from their industry. Those productions are looking to move. We are their next door neighbor. And like Kathleen advocated for all of the economic return, you know this is incredibly valuable. I had friends rolling their eyes when the strikes were coming out a few years ago, but what a lot of people don't understand about film is there's electricians, painters, studio teachers. You need an intermediary to work with CHP for closing down streets safely, the fire department, or making sure your drone ops have licensing so that they're not interfering with airplanes. This is such a bigger world than a lot of us see from the fancy film, and you have an incredible advocate and asset right now. There's a very vulnerable time. I would say if it's not broke, don't fix it, and you are getting a way larger return, one, as it runs right now, and also with Kathleen Dodge at the helm. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Robin Sorick, and myself and my son do craft services for film, TV, and commercials. I just wanted to let you know that Kathleen Dodge is such a pillar in El Dorado County and also the film industry. And my concern today is that for the safety of the projects, if there is not a film commissioner that will keep in line, so to speak, those in the industry who want to cut corners on permits, locations, and do as they please without regard to the safety of El Dorado and Tahoe area. Please reconsider Kathleen Dodge's position. Thank you.
How's it going? My name is Aaron Leong. I'm a local cinematographer, director, and Steadicam operator. And I've worked on several productions in El Dorado County, large and small. And economic return aside, this is about Kathleen and her being the film commissioner and the face of El Dorado County for the film community. And on every single production that I've worked on, she's always showed up to set, always made us feel welcome, and made the permitting process extremely easy. I've worked with San Francisco, I've worked with LA and other big counties in California, and this tri-county area has always made the permitting process super easy for filmmakers and has expedited the process and just welcomed them. My producers have always voiced a return to the area because of Kathleen. I always hear great things about her. I've known Kathleen for years, and I keep hearing just the best remarks about Kathleen and how she's treated each project, big or small. And so I just can't advocate for her enough. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Is it afternoon? No, good morning. Thank you for giving us your time today. My name is Bunny Stewart. I'm executive producer for Sacktown Movie Buffs and co-host as well. And we recently interviewed Kathleen Dodge on our show. And to say that she's a powerhouse and very necessary in our community is an understatement. She works with Julie Johnston and Jennifer West, the other film commissioners, and together they make a triad of amazingly powerful women to bring business into our area. It's a well-oiled machine. They know exactly what they're doing. To lose her would be an absolute, it would be devastating, honestly. The economic returns on keeping her, I think you'll be very satisfied to see in the future. I also just wanted to speak on that she is one of the warmest, kindest people I've ever met. She is incredibly knowledgeable in her field. And when I moved out to this area from Chicago, iHeart Film Mixer was the very first film industry mixer that I had gone to. It was my first introduction, as you would, to the film scene in this area. And every major player was there. I got to meet every single person that has a part in bringing the business to this area. Thank you so much again for your time. I just wanted to say that Kathleen Dodge is absolutely irreplaceable. And I believe that replacing her would be like an old colloquialism, throwing the baby out with the bathwater. We want to keep the baby. So thanks again so much and have a wonderful day.
Lexi Boger, District 3, and not nearly as awesomely dressed as the last speaker was. I'm not in the movies. I just wanted to address one sort of small point, and that is that this was all sparked by budget cuts, that we needed to make necessary budget cuts of $150,000 for this program. So it doesn't really matter if other counties and cities operate in-house. We have to ask ourselves, does El Dorado County have the capacity to operate in-house? If this is about saving money, bringing it in-house won't do it. If this is about economic expansion and increasing revenue, bringing it in-house won't do it either. And I'll tell you how, because if you bring it in-house and you only invest $150,000, you are essentially going to kill the film industry activity because it's staff salary only. It leaves no extra ability to invest in marketing, bring in business, and drive the revenue. So this is a switch from economic stimulation to government regulation and control. And we may be increasing permit fees, but that's not going to matter because we're not going to be driving anybody in to file for those. So we have to ask ourselves, is a bureaucracy actually the appropriate structure for a film commission? We don't have the expertise and the dynamism that is needed to do what everybody here is talking about that we've done so effectively. This is switching from an investment, which is what Kathleen Dodge and the commission is, to a cost. We bring it in-house. You're not going to get the ROI. We're just spending $150,000 of taxpayer dollars. That's going to go to a staff person. So you guys have a fiduciary duty to watch the bottom line, but you also have a duty to watch the top line, and that's our revenue. And if we keep down this path, we're going to keep seeing diminishing returns.
Thank you, Lexi. Good morning, all. I hope my attire approves, you approve that, Lexi. Good morning, all. Yeah, so obviously we all recognize Kathleen's history and what a fabulous job she's done. But I'm very pleased that I think county staff and the board recognizes that, number one, the model works, the return on investment works. And so it's good to recognize that we're gathering the data. It's all policy is all about the data. So, you know, let's talk about the model and what works and what doesn't work. I've had the privilege of working with Kathleen over the years in my particular profession. I don't know, as long as Kathleen's been here, 25, 30 years. So anybody that works with Kathleen knows there's two options: either hang on for the ride or get out of the way. And that's how Kathleen works. And I can't imagine an in-house person. The latest experience I had with Kathleen was the movie she just talked about, involving a number of Hollywood A-listers. We're having conversations at 9 o'clock at night about helping her get into a facility in El Dorado Hills. And I just can't imagine the energy and the passion you would be able to sustain that with an in-house model. For example, I was able to set up a connection with a person that manages a building in El Dorado Hills, and to credit your economic development people, and I'm not sure Kathleen's communicated this over the years, but your economic development team has helped Kathleen a great deal of time in El Dorado Hills. So credit to your economic development team. So the conversation, I told Kathleen, because she had a sense of urgency on this one, that we needed to bring that person into the call. We needed a three-way call. So I introduced Kathleen to this gentleman, and I explained that Kathleen is the film commissioner, and she's one of these people that brought the movie Top Gun Maverick to South Lake Tahoe. And I said she's the one that bombed the South Lake Tahoe airport and shot down that helicopter. And the gentleman was just, you know, film is sexy. He was very excited about participating and helping our film commission get established down there, and it worked. And I think that you know, we played a role. So Mike talked about the intangibles. One of the things, and other speakers have talked about the local benefit. Kathleen and her operation over the years have provided inspiration for young people. My daughter was 10 or 12 years old. Watched the movie Love Comes Softly, and I told my daughter, watch the credits. That was filmed here in El Dorado County. She ends up at the USC Film School, and I blame Kathleen for all that tuition. So thank you, Kathleen. The model works. Let's
Thank you.
don't break it. Thank you.
Thanks, Dave.
Good morning, board. Lauren Hernandez. I'm a resident of District 4, was raised here in El Dorado County, and just listening to the discussion today and following this item, it really is clear that the need to reduce expenses due to the budget situation is what led us to this here today. And from what I see of the discussion, there's two decisions on the table. One is an expense and one is an investment. You need to reduce expenses. So bringing this in-house becomes an expense. severely reduces the ability to drive the further revenue, the job creation of which is very top of mind for me. I am certainly in the prime of my professional age here. I'm raising a child here. And so, yes, job creation is very much top of mind for me. The solvency and the future of this county is very much top of mind for me. And the health of our economy affects the health of the solvency of the county. The health of the county affects the health of the economy. And it's all interconnected, it's all intertied, and want you to really approach this with that mindset of, again, what's top of mind for you, and the decision is, and the need is to cut expenses. So again, today you have two options. One's an expense, one's an investment. To make that investment, to continue this partnership. It's not just an outside agency. This has been a partnership relationship for multi-decades that has provided a return on investment that is needed to ensure that you don't have a continued challenging decisions to make of further budget cuts for essential county services in the future. So thank you.
Chair, supervisors, thank you for giving all these people the time to speak. My name is Dolly Wager. I'm a resident. I have a small business here in El Dorado County, and I am a board member of the chamber. Fortunately for you, my pen stopped writing, so this is going to be quick. And then a lot of people have said a lot of what I want to say. Lexi Boger, what she said was pretty much what I was going to state. Why are we here? We're here because this got cut in a time of financial stress for all counties, cities. It got cut as a lot of other agencies done. But you have someone here who had the foresight and knew about something, a state ordinance that could have gotten us into some trouble if she hadn't discovered it. As Supervisor Ferrero said, why are we here? We're not here because of a problem with what's been going with what she's done. We're here strictly because of the economics. If you look at the economics, as everyone has pointed out, you can't bring it in. If you bring it in-house, not only does it economically not work, and as Lexi said, all you're doing is covering it, but you don't have the flexibility if the person is a county worker that you have with the Film Commission being housed in the chamber. Kathleen is there at 2 o'clock in the morning if they need her. Kathleen is there doing some things that she couldn't do as a county worker. She's there for whatever they need. And I could say a whole lot about this woman, but everybody else is. So I agree with everything. She is dynamic. She works on a very tight budget and gets a lot done, and she has the connections. But beyond that, she knows her industry, and she's the one that figured out this is a state ordinance. We've got to look at this again. It doesn't make sense to me to bring it in-house. And if you look at that list, I want to know how many of those counties had their films actually in-house as a count or state worker. It is economically responsible to leave this where it is. Thank you.
Thanks, Don.
Laurel Brembum, El Dorado County Chamber of Commerce. Your suggestion to bring it in-house, because of the policies that are in place in El Dorado County, would prohibit any film commissioner from doing their job. Kathleen, like you've heard, is on call 24/7. She's working Sundays. She's working Saturday nights. She needs to travel. You don't have a travel budget right now. She needs to entertain her prospective clients. That's not okay with your auditor. It can't be approved. So the policies that exist in El Dorado County prohibit an employee from doing the job. Hiring someone with her expertise, her reputation, her commitment is impossible. Kathleen is, and I know that everybody says nobody's irreplaceable. Kathleen is irreplaceable. I want to go on record. Supervisor Parlin, your earlier comment about that's an insult did not come from the El Dorado County Chamber of Commerce. So I want that on the record. I'm here if you have any questions.
Hi there, I'm Daniel Sorek, live in Forest Hill, so just across the divide, but we love our neighbors in El Dorado Hills. Kathleen Dodge has kept me employed, numerous times. The amount of times that I've been able to come onto a set and then make connections actually from that set. Hangtown was just recent. Another one was Edo's Crossing. And then there was also Christmas, Bloody Christmas, which we filmed in Placer County a little bit ago. All night, 30 nights of a robot killer Santa Claus. Amazing. You know, where else do you get to do that? And then I was also able to go just from here and go down to LA because I was brought down from someone from the Edo's Crossing production. And so I was able to go down to LA, work on a Netflix series that was just now filming and work out with some amazing people. And all of that was because of the employment from Kathleen Dodge. And it's always been amazing. She came out numerous nights on the overnighters on Christmas, Bloody Christmas, and was always there, and she's always a joy. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Rick Keebler. I am a resident of Placerville and a filmmaker. And I don't want to reiterate all the points that I've already heard about the importance of the Film Commissioner's Office, but I do want to accentuate the importance of the Film Commissioner. There are a lot of incentive programs to film in California, but the real incentive in filming in El Dorado County is right there. She is the one who will promote. She is the one who will bug you. She is the one who will always be trying to get business here. And in my own personal relations with her, I know I had a project a few years ago. It was $1 million project. And she would not let me film it anywhere else but here. And I'm so glad I did. And in doing so, I spent probably close to $400,000 in this county. I hired 100 people that were cast and crew, put them to work. And I cannot tell you how invaluable Kathleen Dodge is to a filmmaker, to hold his hand, to get him through all the permits, to get him the locations he needs, to get him the cast or the crew members that he might need. So while you're considering, I think that you pretty much see the importance of having our Film Commissioner's Office, but there's nobody more important than Kathleen Dodge to fulfill that role. So I just wanted to throw on top of everybody else's opinion our love for her. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning, board. Thank you for letting us voice our opinions and such. My name is Patrick Mindler. I've been a resident up here for 28 years, and I've known Kathleen Dodge for 27 of those years and worked with her in different film, television, commercial, print projects throughout those years. And I reiterate everything everyone else has said here. She is the one to have. She's been doing this for over 30 years. She knows her stuff. She knows everybody, and everybody knows her. So I just want to put my 2 cents worth in and say she is invaluable, and we need to keep her. Thank you.
Thank you.
Morning to each and every one of you. My name is Don Wren, and hello, Chief Ryan. Born and raised here in Placerville. Okay, so there's others that have talked about being here 27 years and whatnot. You're talking to someone that's been here for 67 years. I have watched the town grow. I've watched a few things I didn't approve of, but I do approve of film, especially when I know that it's a awesome revenue, especially to some place of El Dorado County. As other people have said, there is so many things here that they can't get in Hollywood, or they can, they have to go such a long duration to get there. It's all about money, obviously. So if they can go to someplace closer, get exactly what they want at half the price, it's a no-brainer. I'm sorry. It's just how it is. Now, the reason why I'm so adamant about filmmaker, as with some of my other people that have talked, I am also a private filmmaker, and we do it out of love. I don't make any money. I just want to put out good quality product out there. What I'm here for is obviously about Kathleen. She has the I Love Film Mixer. I was fortunate to be able to be a part of that for several years. I've met fantastic people that came here to see exactly what the film industry is like, where they wouldn't have been able to elsewhere. So I'm really hoping that you will look in your hearts, in your mind, that this is something that El Dorado County really needs. We need the revenue to keep us going. And I'm going to say that everyone's come in to use our El Dorado County has never left a bad footprint, only a good one. And as for Kathleen, it's kind of like if you have something wrong with your car, you don't go to an electrician. You go to the party that is best suited for the position. And she is, because you have heard everybody saying exactly the same thing. She is right for the job. So please, if it ain't broke, please don't fix it. I thank you very much for your time.
Thanks, Don. Good to see you.
Good morning. My name is Chris Ryder, and I only moved here to El Dorado County about 2 years ago. When I connected to the film industry, I took out a business license, and when you proposed to abolish the Film Commission, I declined to renew it. I just returned from a vacation to Croatia, where I spent money on a really cool Game of Thrones tour of the locations of filming. And I left Dubrovnik with 2 t-shirts, a Game of Thrones hat, a Game of Thrones mouse pad, and some really good stories about how I walked in Cersei Lannister's walk of shame. Although I did keep my clothes on, I understand that not all tourists are that discreet. The reason I chose to go to Croatia was because Game of Thrones was filmed there, and I could see how beautiful it was. The loss of our El Dorado County Film Office would lead to a massive loss of revenue from film projects that would be wooed away by other counties. I've heard that the Film Office under Kathleen Dodge's leadership has achieved a 2,000% return on investment. I can't imagine why an economically challenged county would leave that money on the table. I'm guessing that the tax revenue from that activity largely pays for the Film Office budget. The film industry and resulting tourism are environmentally friendly activities that are compatible with the culture of this county. They celebrate and advertise our abundant natural resources. The loss of our Film Office would result in the loss of tourism potential from visitors like me, who want to visit the beautiful places that we see on our screens. It would result in the loss of oversight to protect our county facilities, businesses, and residents. The county is lucky to have the dedicated, experienced, and resourceful staff that have been making such excellent use of a minuscule budget and working efficiently with neighboring counties to maximize the benefits to El Dorado County. I can't imagine why you would choose to throw that away. And on the topic of the $150,000, I was a government lawyer for 18 years, and I was the director of a government agency, a local government agency, for 5 years. And I think you know that for $150,000, there is no way that you could achieve the kind of economic benefit that you're currently getting under any other model.
So I encourage you to approve this item and do El Dorado County a really big favor. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, everyone. My name is Jessica Lappin. I've been working professionally in the film industry for almost 30 years. I know, I look really young. I get it. I just want to say that this is my bread and butter. This is how I make my money. I don't take any other jobs. I work professionally as a production designer, a prop master, a set decorator, a scenic painter, and a carpenter. I build sets, I design sets. I depend on the film industry as a whole for my livelihood. It's not like I can change careers. I'm in my mid-40s. I can't just change careers right now. Film is in a decline in our state right now, and it's in a decline in the whole country. I depend on the film commissioner, Kathleen, Jennifer, Julie, all of these wonderful women that come together for accountability, for transparency, for to do things right by the people in the cities, for the crew. We depend on them to, I mean, Kathleen has visited so many of the sets that I've personally been on. It's just wonderful to get that support. She has done so much for every show that I've been on. And I can't imagine, I mean, as it is, we're all these wonderful filmmakers out here. We're all wondering where our next job is. We're all wondering. So we depend on these deals that they make, the income that brings to the cities, to different businesses, and for just to be able to pay my bills. It means the world to have this sort of support from our film commissioner. Losing Kathleen would be huge and devastating. It's already sad times for all of us right now. We're all wondering where our next job is going to be. So please, I beg you to reconsider and to do everything we can to boost her up and to boost the economy with film, the arts. That's always the first to get cut. To support all the people that depend on these film jobs for their next paycheck. We want to feed our families, we want to pay our bills, we want to be great citizens, and we want to make art. So, viva filmmakers. Thank you.
Anybody else in the board chambers like to speak on this item? Come on up. All right, let's go to Zoom participants, please, Kim.
Not taking public comment from online participants. Not taking public comment from Nate Rangel.
Good morning, board. Thank you for your time. Sorry I wasn't there. I'm not there. And I just want to weigh in. I'll make this quick. I've known Kathleen for almost 3 decades. I'll tell you a quick story. When one of the first, I'm a retired river outfitter, but I still work with the industry. I help run their American River Outfitter Association. So I'm speaking both from my personal experience and also for the outfitters that are still here in El Dorado County. One of the first jobs that I worked on was with Kathleen for a movie called White Mile. And this is how good she is. HBO was producing this film. They were ready back in 1993, in the summer of 1993, to go to Australia. They had tickets. They were on their way in October. She heard about it, called me up, and working with both your board through a board member and also working directly with SMUD, we were able to get HBO to come here for 6 weeks in November and December. They brought 2 units up, hired hundreds of people here locally, including 60 guides and other river personnel that I was able to hire to take care of the 2 units for safety. So that's just one story. Since then, my company worked on over 35 projects, film, television, just my one company, all starting with Kathleen reaching out and saying, hey, can we do this? Can we do that? So I'm just going to end with film is like any other industry for the most part. It's about relationship. You've heard people say how much, what a great difference Kathleen makes. Well, it is impossible to put a price on that. She is respected throughout the film industry. I've worked with film commissioners in other counties. I've worked with producers and directors and location managers. There is nobody that has the relationship status that she has. Moving this in-house would destroy 3 decades of foundation building that she has made for our county, for your county. You can't get that back in-house. It's impossible. And that's how I'm going to end it. I hope you'll see the value of this relationship that she's built with this industry in California. It is irreplaceable, and you just can't do it in-house. It doesn't work. I thank you for your time, and look forward to hearing what you all come up with.
Thank you.
Now taking public comment from Lori Patterson. Lori, go ahead.
Okay, I'm so sorry. Yeah, my name is Lori Peterson. I'm the executive director of the Capital Film Arts Alliance. When I think of Kathleen, when I think of the work that she does, when I think of how that has affected so many people in the audience that are in our membership, on our board, past board members, this is a community of people who have learned at the bar that Kathleen has set. One of the first films that I ever worked in as a producer was something that I learned so much from her in her role as to the best way to conduct myself. That was part of what made me interested in creating this association. The CFAA is able to bring together all of these communities, all of these film commissioners, and together we find ways to grow and to expand our community, our people that are coming up into the business for the first time. It is a tough time in the market, I will say that. But that is why it makes it so much more important to have somebody like Kathleen at the helm in your county. You have such an incredible advantage of having somebody like Kathleen Dodge to lead this department. I honestly cannot imagine why you would want to take it elsewhere. There is nobody that could do a better job. There is nobody that could provide a better return on investment. And in my case, there is nobody that would be a better partner and help us to train the incoming filmmakers and creators who truly are going to come in and make a difference. Kathleen Dodge represents something that if we lose that, all I can say, shame on you. Shame on you. Thank you. And Kathleen, I love you.
Now taking public comment from Maria Dempsey.
Good morning. I'm Maria Dempsey. I'm a senior sales manager with Margaritaville Resort Lake Tahoe. And I just want to share that we've had a relationship with Kathleen for many, many years before we were previous hotels, and her professionalism is unmatched. I had the opportunity to work with a scout several weeks ago that she had talked with. She was very passionate about keeping that business in El Dorado. The scout had asked for some recommendations in another county close by, and she was so professional to help to just everything about it. But what he shared with me that I want to share with you, that he said she is one of the best in the entire industry. And I have had the pleasure to work with her as a professional. We are one of the largest hotels in El Dorado County, so we have benefited from some of the films, and we are so grateful. But she is the consummate professional She makes a difference, and she really is so passionate about her work. And I worked in other luxury hotels in other markets, including San Francisco. I've never met anyone as passionate as she is to bring the business to El Dorado, to keep it there, and to keep these relationships with these key producers, scout, filmmakers, all of them. So I just want to say we appreciate you so much, Kathleen. You make the world of difference to this county, and thank you so much.
Now taking public comment from Gordon Helm.
Good morning, supervisors. Gordon Helm from El Dorado, or lifelong resident of El Dorado County. I just want to reiterate, I guess, pretty much what everybody said, or I agree with it. So I'm just going to summarize kind of some of the key points that I mean we've heard. I mean, Kathleen's work has been stellar. She's had huge successes. I mean, including, like someone mentioned, Maverick Top Gun, which is filmed in South Lake Tahoe. Um, she's she has the connections in the industry that I don't see any in-house or new person being able to foster or to make. She's dedicated herself to this position. I believe she actually created this position years ago. I mean, she's been working it for years. She works 24/7 a day, something that no county employee is going to be able to do at the same cost of what what this whole commission is budgeted for. In bringing somebody in house, it sounds like it's the cost of what is being outsourced here would just barely cover the salary of the individual we would bring in. It's been mentioned that there was an ROI of 1,600 to 2,000%. I mean, how can you ignore that and I guess try and potentially walk away from that? There's been a comment about changing the model. Well, if you want to change the model, how about you increase her budget so she can do more and bring in even greater returns? I know that's not viable, but I think as every speaker so far has stated that that Kathleen does an awesome job, that the commission is a success, and I think it's something that basically it needs to be kept. Don't throw out the baby with the bathwater. Thank you.
Now taking public comment from Diana Wilberg.
Hi there. I've been volunteering for Kathleen for over 10 years, and I also do the California on location submissions for Kathleen. And one of the common denominators is her kindness and how she gets things done. The California locations awards are very prestigious, and there are people that come from all over the world to film in the El Dorado County region because of her. She has a reputation, she has the connections, and there are so many layers to filming up there. There's the ecological impact. There's production companies that want to make fake snow. How is it going to impact the environment? These are things, the little details that she helps them work out that makes them want to come here and film. And because of that, we've had some beautiful, big, huge projects that have been filmed in the region. And without that, without those connections and without the passion, what's going to happen to that? What's going to happen to the the ecological impact and closing roads and providing places for people to film. She's been coordinating this for so long. And then there's the I Love Film Mixer. She's been inspiring people to become filmmakers, to be better at making films for years. So I think, the gentleman before me mentioned, if anything, increase her budget. She works on a shoestring, and she gets people volunteering for her because she is so passionate and she is such an inspiration. So I hope that you'll reconsider, and I hope that you don't change anything, because it's truly not broken. You're very lucky to have her. And thank you. That's all.
Kim, how many more you got on?
There's no additional public comment.
Okay, all right, that's good, because I was just kind of wondering too, because we got closed session items.
Yeah.
All right, so I'm gonna close that right now and bring it back to the board for any other questions.
Mr. Chair, just a few comments from me. This decision that I was part of was never really about this position. It was about how to accomplish and be successful, as well as accomplish our budgetary goals that we needed to do. You know, we're an attractive county for many reasons, and it sort of sells itself. But this particular person in this position, and we just heard 2 hours of it just about, knows the features and knows how to connect the dots. And that's very important. We've asked staff, and we will ask staff to hone the data and make it more meaningful. We've heard about the entertainment costs of this position and how could a county employee ever facilitate that? I've been in public employment all my life, and there's no way without an exempt employee, and even that would be very tough. The admin fee, I think, may be a little bit negotiable. If you look at slide 7 of 8, there's 15% overhead, 3% admin staff payroll. You know, we'll leave it up to you. And only 56% is the position itself. But to me, that says a lot. We're really defining the how. I'm really concerned about succession planning moving forward in the years to come because of the position that this lady has done for our county and in this position. And that's a tribute. We've all heard that for the last hour and a half, 2 hours. So I think it's very important that we let staff take a stab at this. I believe they've got as in a decent position to do it. Yes, we can maybe refine a thing or two here, but with that, I would move approval of staff's recommendation.
Okay. Second. But I'm gonna speak on something first, okay? And one of the things that I want to talk about is when you're talking about location fees and permits, and it seems like to me, have we collected any permits or any fees of anything on any of the movies that were filmed in El Dorado County?
The county has not, other agencies in the area have.
Yeah.
So for
Yeah,
example, I, showed the EID for their recreation areas, they will charge fees.
Right. And just wondering, I mean, it just like this, the Murmurs of the Geisha paid $6,000 a day permit location fees, the American River Conservancy. I think El Dorado County is losing the boat a little bit here, especially when there's revenue that could be generated here, because we're looking at ways to generate money into this county to help support, our budget. And I think we need to look at all kinds of different avenues to be able to help support our county. So, and I understand, Brian, what you were saying, and I agree with you on this, but there's a lot of other things that it amazes me. I think we're losing out. The county's losing out, especially when we're not charging these permit fees, especially location fees too. So anyway, all right.
Yeah, I'm gonna add on to it. And again, I started off by saying Kathleen's wonderful. So nobody's gonna disagree with that. My concern is that, people keep saying you can't do it in-house, and yet 35 other counties do. And I'm concerned that Kathleen might retire someday. That's a potential. And when we create positions and jobs and classifications, it cannot be about an individual. It always has to be about a position, what it does. Succession planning also is a concern. And I felt that Dave Bolster said it really well when he said that Kathleen integrated with our econ dev team so well on a particular project, because the county does have a lot of those permits and things too. So bringing it in-house, growing the team, to Supervisor Lane, your point about, pennies, yeah, it is. It's about making an investment. And I would think if we were to really do some studies on it and take a look at it and know where the money is going and the expenses, we could allocate it in the budget and see it as economic development. the board's done that before and put money towards other things for economic development. So, again, I really think it's time to change the model. To say that it's impossible to do in-house, I just don't see how 35 other counties do it. So, it is doable. And Kathleen is amazing, and I hope she would come in and be part of that team that we're trying to grow. So, with that, I'm just gonna make a second motion because I want to. I'm gonna suggest that we, let's see, item 1, I'm making a motion that we do item 1, presentation, 2, direct staff, rescinding resolution because we have to. Item 3, submit a new one to the code. That's item 3. Item 4, I'm thinking of an MOU for 6 months with the chamber to continue what we're doing, so that we can figure out how to pull it in-house. And then, of course, number 5, we need to do, because we need those permit fees, and then return to the board with the permit ordinance, the MOU, the fee schedule, and a look at what it would look like to bring it in-house.
All right, and I'll second that. All right.
So, Mr. Chair, still under discussion of the motion, please.
Mhm.
I think this is a really easy decision for me. This is positive revenue generation, and if you argue it's 2,000%, it's 1,000%, those numbers are kind of arbitrary. We have dealt with this up in the basin now for decades. We talk about how much tourism is too much tourism. What do they really spend? They're arbitrary numbers, but what we can all agree on for sure is if you don't promote the county in this arena, the revenue generation will be 0. That's for sure. So from my perspective, I think we need to give some certainty to this going forward. And so I'm a little resistant to the 6 month. I'm just not sure that's even enough time to really work this out. But I think that, again, we talked about it at the last meeting. Tourism is a big deal in El Dorado County. It's certainly our lifeline in the basin. And this was throwing the baby out with the bathwater. And I'm 100% supportive of the work that planning and building is doing to breathe life back into this. I think that the fact that the Chamber of Commerce is involved in this in some way, shape, or form is a reason why some of my colleagues maybe are resistant to it. But I agree with the comments that were shared that if it's not broken, don't try to fix it. This is one example of something that is, in my opinion, absolutely not broken. And I'll leave it at that.
All right, so we have a,
Can I make a comment while we're making comments? Yeah, I wasn't going to, I want to get the process going here, but the government is not efficient as a private enterprise. And I don't think we need more government control over this. Even if best case scenario, we are able to hire Kathleen to be a county employee, she's going to be restricted by everything that restricts hours, vacation, everything. And her creativity, efficiency, flexibility is going to be eliminated. So I'm in full support of keeping it the way it is. We are adding a fee schedule, creating an MOU. And again, if it's not broken, let's not try to fix it.
all right,
Well,
we have,
it kind of was broken though, because we asked for information and we weren't getting fees that we had asked about for years. So
Mr. Chair, I'd call for the question.
yeah,
It's been a lot, after this long
there's
enough.
been a lot, but just these statements aren't quite accurate. Things
Okay.
were broken, communication was broken, and I want to make that really
yeah.
clear. So, anyway, start with second motion.
All right, so we have a second motion on the floor. All those in favor by saying aye?
Aye.
All opposed?
No.
Okay,
I'm sorry, motion fails. 2-3 was Supervisors Lane, Ferrero, and Camp voting no.
all right. So go to this first motion. All those in favor by saying aye?
Aye.
All those
No.
opposed?
Aye.
No.
A motion passes 3-2 with Supervisors Lane and excuse me, Supervisor Turnbull and Parlin voting no.
Yeah, all right. Yeah,
Break and then closed session?
yeah, and then closed session, yeah.
Closed session, so.
Yeah.
Mr. Chair, did you want to take public
Yeah.
comment on closed session?
Yeah, hang on just a minute. The board will now recess in closed session to hear items 36 through 40 as specified on the agenda. Anyone who wishes to provide comments concerning those matters may do so at this time. Please open it up to public comment.
If everyone could have their conversations outside the room, please. Excuse me, could people have their conversations outside the room?
Yeah.
We are now taking public comments specifically regarding closed session items. Individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. The timer will notify you when you have 30 seconds remaining and again when your time is up. Public comment will be taken first from those participating in the boardroom and then from those participating through Zoom. For those participating by Zoom, please make sure you unmute yourself and called upon. If you're joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate a desire to comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record.
All right.
Seeing no public comment in the boardroom, now taking public comment from online participants. There's no public comment.
All right, so we'll go ahead and recess the closed session. All right, everyone. Greetings, El Dorado County. The Board of Supervisors is now going to resume our regular session, beginning with open forum. Open forum is the time for the public to comment on any item that is not on the agenda today. Kim, please open it up. Open forum. Oh, yeah, sorry about that, County
No
Council.
problem. The board heard items 36, 37, and 38, and there's no action to report out.
Okay, thank you. All right.
And now taking public comment on open forum, individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. The timer will notify you when you have 30 seconds remaining and again when your time is up. Public comment will be taken first from those participating in the boardroom and then from those participating through Zoom. For those participating by Zoom, please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate a desired comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record.
Come on up.
Good afternoon, Chair and members of the board. My name is Lee Tannenbaum, and I serve as the president of the El Dorado County Taxpayers Association. I'm here today to make a formal request pursuant to the authority granted under El Dorado County Code and Government Code Section 54954.3 for this board to place an upcoming agenda, a public discussion and public review of Section 504 of the county charter. Section 504 was adopted by voters in 1994 and reaffirmed in 1995 with a focused and limited intent to ensure that salaries for our sheriff's office personnel would be kept competitive with 3 comparator agencies: South Lake Tahoe Police, Amador County Sheriff, and the CHP. It was intended as a fairness mechanism rooted in voter approval to prevent recruitment or retention issues within the sheriff's department. But since its inception, Section 504 has morphed into something very different. Through board resolutions and collective bargaining agreements, a growing list of classifications have been added to this formula. None have been approved by voters. These include not only the elected sheriff, but also the senior public defender investigators, multiple classifications of the district attorney's office, and most notably, even the office of the CAO and county council. Each of these classifications now receives guaranteed automatic pay raises based on comparisons to external agencies, regardless of the county's financial condition. And even during a $20 million budget deficit, these raises will still occur because the charter obligates them. This is not fiscally responsible, nor is it fair to the taxpayers of El Dorado County who are being asked to absorb the cost of automatic salary growth while other departments face cuts and service reductions. Our current Auditor Controller Joe Harn has repeatedly expressed concern about the fiscal trajectory caused by unchecked Section 504 expansion. Former CAO Don Ashton publicly warned that the continued expansion would put the county at risk of fiscal instability. These warnings have not been political, they've been financial and are grounded in decades of budget experience. This issue deserves sunlight. The public deserves to understand how Section 504 was expanded without voter input, what its cost trajectory looks like, and whether current classifications truly belong under a provision that was originally intended for sworn peace officers. At the very least, this board must consider revisiting the comparator agencies and reopening the conversation about how these automatic increases are funded. Supervisor Parlin and former supervisors Thomas and Heidel have all at one point supported the idea of placing a reform measure on the 25-26 ballot. We urge the board to take the first step, schedule this issue for full public review, let the public hear the facts, and engage in the conversation. On behalf of the El Dorado County Taxpayers Association, I respectfully request that a formal review of Charter Section 504 be placed on an upcoming Board of Supervisors. Thank you.
Chris Payne, Diamond Springs. Today I wanted to talk to you about the changing conditions of our county museum, as well as the public program of our railroad, and speak to the positive things that have come more recently. I've been before you a couple of times talking about the negative aspects of what has been going on most recently. But there's some clarity now in terms of where we're going. And I want to understand that the board supports it or doesn't support the changes that are occurring in our programs related to the public. I'm speaking most about the historical aspects of our county museum. As you know, the bookstore and the gift shop in the county museum has been closed. I'm the president of the Museums Foundation, and we have been intricately involved with that. A few months ago, there was uncertainty, and I might even have said so at the podium about what was going on. But now this is kind of played out, and we've taken ownership of our books. But if you go to the county museum when it's open, you'll find that there's no bookstore or gift shop anymore, and there won't be unless something changes. The other part of it is the living history program of the county museum is the railroad. It's been that way. The action of May 10th, my birthday in 2016, helped solidify the fact that the railroad is in El Dorado County and continues to be in El Dorado County. We have the Sacramento-Placerville Transportation Corridor Joint Powers Authority that has that responsibility of the ownership of the property. Supervisor Turnbull is on that board. Now, what does that mean? That means that the management of the railroad in terms of the county's involvement is unclear. It's unclear because Mary Corey was the general manager of the railroad, and she doesn't work for the county anymore. She's retired. So I just want to bring to your attention, and hopefully this will continue to be resolved over time, that we are definitely interested and I'm interested in our involvement in making sure that we're doing things which is correct for El Dorado County and its history. Thank you very much for the time.
Thank you, Chris. Come on up.
Oh, hello again from South Africa. Anyway, gold panning champion. Anyway, Uncle Fuzzy, I'm here today on something I heard about a few weeks ago. I wasn't able to come last week. It's about the swimming hole, commonly called the Placerville Aqueduct place. Okay, I understand you decided not to fund any of it this year. And you know what I'm looking at is, let me put my glasses on. Time's running through. You know, in the county, there are a few of places where somebody can go swim without being in a homeowners association. There's 4 pages listed on Yelp and so forth that lists all the pools. And I think it's on the county website. And with that, you have to be a member of that organization to get into it. So basically what we have is a Cameron Park CSD, we have the El Dorado Hill CSD, we have Placerville, and we have Lotus Park. Okay, I don't particularly like Lotus Park for little kids because sometimes they go downriver because parents are not attentive enough. So my theory is that we help out the city, which we have done historically, because what happens here is that a lot of the people that aren't in wealthy areas or that middle class use that to go someplace, and you can go and bring your family for a 1 day, 2 day, 3 day, whatever time. So it's open up, and I think it's a very important asset for the county that participate with the city. Now the city's cut their budget a little bit, and they've taken one full-time person, put it in a half-time so they could get some more money to fund this park. But they're still having problems. It's open for 60 days, basically what it's open. So my whole idea is, you know, I'm the president of the United States Gold Panning Association, which is a 501c3. And over the years, I've got out and raised money to promote gold panning in where there's Georgetown or schools or whatever. Brian's familiar with it. Lori's familiar with it. Of course, George is. You know, and I'm looking at something that I grew up with a swimming pool 3 blocks from the house where I grew up. Ride our bike. It was also where the 49ers had their original training camp in Redwood City. So I can see the good time. And that's a wonderful thing. I mean, you got grass, you can have a family, you can have parties, everything. So here's what I like to do. I like to see something come on the consent calendar. One of you 5 can do it and give some money to that. Now, as a help, I'd donate 15% of whatever you give out of the USGPA. It's money my wife and I have gone out and raised for situations like this. So if you want to give 10, I'll give at least 1,500. You want to give 20, I will give $3,000, 45. So if you would put it on the consent calendar and talk about it, maybe have let somebody else come along and talk about it. And anyway, hello from all the folks in South Africa. They had a wonderful time here in 2016. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else want to speak? Open forum, come on up. All right, let's go to Zoom participants. Kim?
Now taking public comment from online participants. We're taking public comment from 390.
Well, hi there, board. Tim Greenwood here. Wish me a happy birthday. I'm looking at 70 years old. Oh my God. And 50 years ago today, there was a horrible storm on Lake Tahoe and in the backcountry. Sound familiar? The tragic events of Saturday reminded me of when I worked for the Forest Service. I was at the Frederick's cabin, Anita Baldwin's old summer home up on Fallen Leaf Lake. It was a Forest Service barracks. Had the day off for my birthday and woke up to about 4 or 5 inches of snow at lake level. And a horrible windy situation up top. They got 2 to 3 feet, and then there was drifting because of the wind, and 3 or 4 people died. People were had a hard time getting out of the backcountry, et cetera, et cetera. Always to remember, yeah, we were sitting by a nice warm fire. Watching the storm and wondering, how these folks doing in the backcountry. But anyway, bottom line, Mother Nature bats last. Really sad situation. Anyway, it's not unusual. Well, it is, but it isn't, but it's not, it's not that unusual. Item 2, the fire safe presentation last week. Thanks, Chris Payne, for alerting me to that. It was really a good presentation. Everybody should see it. I hope there was a video. Tanya and her staff from Fire Safe coordinating with the county did a great job. What I learned basically was the first 5 feet and hardening of the home are the key. Item 3, regarding the 30 to 100 foot zone on the neighbor's property. What if they're hostile or uncooperative? Perhaps El Dorado County and Fire Safe people could explain and enable landscape maintenance easements or something like that, or prescriptive type of squatters' rights. I've been maintaining part of my neighbor's property for over 20 years through, original, permission to do so, but things have gotten weird and now they don't want me to do it. But
Thank you.
It's within 100 feet.
Thank you, Ken.
Thank you.
There's no additional public comment.
All right. Thank you, everybody, for speaking out on open forum. So let's go to item 34. All right. Anyway, former Supervisor John Heidel was dedicated to serving District 1, which included the community of El Dorado Hills and the entire El Dorado County region. John was elected the board member of the El Dorado Hills County Water Agency, aka El Dorado Hills Fire Department, for 33 years before his death in November 2024, and was deeply involved in the creation of Station 85 and making the state-of-the-art El Dorado Hills Fire Department training facility a reality. I am requesting that the board support to dedicate, not rename, the eastern portion of the Wilson Boulevard to the memory of former Supervisor John Heidel, by placing a sign on the entrance of Station 85 in recognition of his tireless services as elected board member of the El Dorado Hills Water Agency and the Board of Supervisors before his death in November 2024, and his involvement in the creation of the fire station. So I'll open it up to the board. Any comments?
Very fitting, well-deserved and very fitting. And you know, my long past history with John Heidel, so
Yeah.
very fitting and well-deserved.
All right.
Yeah.
Anybody? Right?
I think it's a great idea. I think he'll be honored by this, and he's certainly deserving.
All right. So I'll go ahead and open it up to public comment. Anybody want to come up?
Now, we are now taking public comments specifically regarding item 34. Individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. The time will notify you when you have 30 seconds remaining and again when your time is up. Public comment will be taken first from those participating in the boardroom and then from those participating through Zoom. For those participating by Zoom, please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate a desired comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record.
Thank you, Eileen Heidel, wife of John, 52 years. Such a good man. Loved this community. Loved El Dorado Hills. Loved the fire department. And he'd be rolling his eyes right now. But as a family, as his wife, our daughters, our grandchildren, 12 of them, we thank you for this. He had a father that actually had a school named after him down in Ceres. It was the Joel J. Heidel Elementary School because of his involvement for many, many years. That's where John learned a lot of this and his scouting, Eagle Scout years and everything. And so this is a wonderful honor, and bless you for bringing it and honoring him in this way. And thank you very much.
Right, and Michael Lilienthal, I'm the fire chief, El Dorado Hills Fire Department. I guess just thank you for being willing to take this step to dedicate the section of the roadway and name it John. I mean, what an incredible public servant. As you all know, you all worked with him, but just an incredibly patient man, did so much for our community, for our fire department, for the county at large. And I think what you have planned is great, and we fully support it from the fire department perspective, and being able to drive up every day and just see his name and just a little self-check to a man that truly dedicated his life to service is appreciated. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Chief.
Mr. Chairman, members, Josh Pane, I want to add my voice of support and thank you, Mr. Chairman, for bringing this forward and doing this dedication for John. I learned a lot from him, and we really appreciate it. So thank you very much.
Welcome.
Good afternoon, board. Cindy Munt. I had the honor and privilege of being John Heidel's assistant for 8 years. Chair Turnbow, thank you so much for bringing this forward. Like Eileen said, he probably wouldn't want all the pomp and circumstance, but he's so well deserved it. John had a great love for God, a great love for his beautiful family and for serving. So he did so much for so many people without even being asked for anything in return. So this is a really neat thing for him, and I appreciate that. It's such a wonderful tribute to a very hardworking, dedicated and humble man. So thank you all.
Thank you, Cindy. Anybody else want to get up and speak on this item? Come on up. All right, let's go to Zoom participants, please.
Now taking public comment from online participants. Now taking public comment from 390.
Yes, Ken Greenwood here, Triple Junction. John's a great guy. And I met, I believe, his wife was there also, but at the Veterans Memorial observation about 4 years ago, his daughter and my son both went to Cal Poly, so we were talking about that. But I mean, talk about an easy guy to approach and to talk to and to listen, and so doing this renaming of the road there, very appropriate, and bless his heart. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ken.
Now taking public comment from Tara.
Unmute. Yes, good afternoon, everybody. So appropriate. Thank you so much, board, for doing this. For the past months, I was thinking about what we could do to dedicate such a deserving, everybody who serves. But John was such a amazing person. Even before he ran for the board, I met him in 94, 95, when he was APAC and the community, what was it called? Where, people would come, the community would come, address problems. John was so involved. 30 people don't even realize how committed, how involved he was in this community. And to be of that type of service that long, he just had such a service heart, such a service heart, just amazing person. I am grateful that I got to know him in my life. I got to know Eileen in my life, and just amazing people. So thank you for doing that. And I think Eileen and the chief said it very well, that, just seeing that sign, Chief mentioned, it really gives us all a little check, hey, we all need to be a better person, every day, and try to serve, in any way we can. So thank you for doing this. And I think that's great. Thank you for taking my call.
Thank you.
Now taking public comment from Debbie's iPhone.
Good afternoon. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Awesome. Debbie Manning, speaking as an El Dorado Hills longtime resident, as the president and CEO of the El Dorado Hills Chamber of Commerce, and also as the appointed board member on the El Dorado Hills Fire Department. And what I can say, you've all already said, service before self. That's who John was. And thank you for bringing this forward, and we fully support this. Have a great afternoon.
Thank you, Debbie.
There's no additional public comment.
So I'll bring it back to the board. For any other comments or what are you gonna say?
You want to move the item?
Yes,
Before-
I'll go ahead. All right.
Oh.
I was gonna give Greg, being that was in his district,
Oh.
but I'll let you go. You want to
I
go?
would be honored to
I know you would.
move the item and approve, they caught me off guard.
It's okay.
Move
And
to
I- and I'll-
approve the item number 34 to dedicate the section of Wilson Way in John Heidel's honor.
Yeah, and I'll second that.
I'll third it.
Can we
Oh,
all
excuse
second
me.
it?
We can all second it. All those in favor by saying aye?
Aye.
All right.
Motion passes 5-0.
All right. So the El Dorado County Board of Supervisors Certificate of Recognition awarded to the Heidel family on this 24th day of June 2025 for John Heidel's time and devotion to community and commitment to service before self. And it's signed by all of us board members. So you guys want to come down with me?
You want us to?
Yes.
I'm sorry, I got my chair the wrong way.
Of course.
Oh, my gosh. All right. All right. All right, Kim. So we'll move on to item 35, Assembly Bill 2561 presentation.
Item 35 is a hearing from Human Resources Department recommending the board conduct a public hearing pursuant to Government Code Section 3502-3 on the status of vacancies in El Dorado County and recruitment and retention efforts in the calendar year of 2024.
All right, so open up the public hearing. Oh.
Good afternoon, Board. I'm Joey Caresco, the Human Resources Director, and I'm joined today by with Bill Edwards, the Assistant Director of Human Resources. And today we'll be providing you an update on the status of our county's vacancies and recruitment and retention efforts for calendar year 2024. So a bit of history as to why we're here. In September of 2024, Assembly Bill 2561 was signed by the governor, and it went into effect January 1st of this year. The legislation adds, and I'm quoting here, Government Code Section 3502.3 to the Myers-Milius-Brown Act, also known as the MMBA, imposing new obligations on public agencies related to tracking and presenting information on job vacancies and recruitment and retention efforts, which shall be presented at a public hearing before the agency's governing body at least once per fiscal year. So this is our first time doing this since the new law went into effect. So you'll see here, there's a few key points and obligations that we need to consider. AB 2561 mandates that first, this presentation must take place before the adoption of the final budget. It also mandates that the employer provide an update on vacancies and recruitment and retention efforts, as well as barriers to filling vacancies. And it also offers an opportunity for our labor groups to comment. And I can report that all of our recognized bargaining units have been informed of the countywide vacancy rate and the vacancy rates for their respective organizations and notified of today's public hearing with the opportunity to present input and provide feedback to the board on the vacancy rates of their respective bargaining units. Now let's dive into the numbers. On the upper right side of your screen, you'll see that the county had approximately 2,051 approved personnel allocations for full-time, part-time, and limited term positions as of December 31st of 2024. Of these allocations, 168. Oh, sorry. So you'll see on the top right-hand corner, there's as of December 31st, we had 2,051 approved allocations countywide. Of these allocations, 168 positions were vacant, resulting in an overall vacancy rate of 8.2% for all permanent allocations. It's a fairly low vacancy rate. I should note that the information you see on this slide represents board-approved personnel allocations, and it does not include temporary and extra help positions. On the bottom right-hand corner of this slide, you'll see the averages throughout the course of 2024. The average was 8.7 The highest monthly vacancy rate we had last year was 9.6, and the lowest we had was 7.8%. Now we'll get to the next slide. Let's look at our specific bargaining units and their respective vacancies as of December 31st. You'll see that the highest rate was our operating engineers, our corrections unit, primarily correctional officers. They had a vacancy rate of 14.6. Our lowest vacancy rate was in the Law Enforcement Management Association, or LEMA, which didn't have any vacancies as of the end of last calendar year. And although it's not, or it's on this list because they were a recognized bargaining unit on December 31st, the criminal, excuse me, the Criminal Attorneys Association was recently dissolved in April, hence the footnote on the bottom of the chart. But I'll still mention that they had a 2.4 vacancy rate as of December 31st. Next, I'd like to show you our recruitment statistics for 2024. Human Resources received 8,778 applications throughout the year. Of those, approximately 4,700, or just about 54% of them, they were received, processed, and approved, meaning that the applicant met the initial minimum qualifications and was approved to move forward in the recruitment process. So in 2024, 428 vacancies were filled. And again, that's for full-time or for full-time permanent positions. That doesn't include the extra help folks. 376 of those were filled through open recruitments. 44 were filled through internal only recruitments, and 8 were filled through continuous recruitments. The pie chart on the right breaks down the percentages of those numbers I just shared with you. Okay, this slide provides a very high-level overview of our recruitment and hiring process, starting with the requisition from the department to have HR post a job, all the way to onboarding the new employee, and they attend our new employee orientation. That's kind of the end of that process. And I should mention, though, that there are quite a few nuances involved in each of the steps that you see here. For example, the final bullet point, background and onboarding, it includes human resources confirming employment history and education checks to confirm that the applicant provided accurate information on their application. We live scan the applicant, and in many cases, we send them in for a medical evaluation. My point is the recruitment and hiring process can take time, and that time may vary from person to person. But Human Resources has worked hard to streamline the process in order to get vacancies filled as soon as possible. Marketing outreach. Human Resources utilizes a wealth of online platforms to attract applicants, such as Indeed, LinkedIn, Facebook, government jobs, and other recruitment-related websites. And for certain jobs that may be considered hard to fill, we also produce color brochures to offer additional facts about the appeal of working in El Dorado County and the type of candidate that we're seeking. So you'll see a few examples of brochures that we've done in the recent past to help attract some of those tough to fill positions. Our recruitment outreach. Human Resources staff attends approximately monthly job fairs, both in El Dorado County and the surrounding areas. We've partnered with other departments and encouraged them to send a representative to attend with us to be able to answer specific questions from interested job seekers. The fact is, we're all in this together, and being able to make connections with job seekers in the community is a great way to attract candidates and encourage folks to work for El Dorado County. So pictured here, a few of my staff, and as well as us working with staff from other departments. Now let's talk about retention. As with any employer, particularly local government, there are different factors which create vacancies in El Dorado County. These include internal promotions, attrition, retirement, and voluntary separations. Beyond the factors that create vacancies, there are other recruitment obstacles that every public agency needs to deal with. One is labor market challenges. The fact is unemployment rates are still low. As of today, they're somewhere between 4 and 5%, and agencies are competing for talent. Another recruitment obstacle is simply normal attrition. So every year we can expect some level of staff attrition through retirements, resignations, and for personal reasons. And then lastly, the shifting workforce. Our applicant pool has changed over the years. Younger folks tend to bounce between jobs more, so we need to stay nimble as an employer to retain these employees. So this slide shows retention information for calendar year 2024. You'll see the total number of vacancies created during calendar year 2024 was 445. 163 of those were due to internal transfers and promotions. That equals 37%. 90% of the vacancies were created by retirements or involuntary separations, which equates to 21%. And lastly, 135 vacancies, or 30%, were as a result of voluntary separations. Again, employees separate for different reasons, and attrition is viewed as a normal and anticipated process in organizations. Retention initiatives such as staff development, maintaining a positive culture, and competitive wages has contributed to a low turnover rate of 7% here in El Dorado. Excuse me. Bear with me. We're almost done.
That's all right.
Hiring and engagement. This process involves finding ways to engage employees in ways that matter to them. This slide shows some of the initiatives that my department is undertaking. Most of these points here are directly related to the county strategic plan, specifically workforce excellence. So we've worked to streamline the hiring process, create internal advancement opportunities through staff development, and wellness initiatives to engage employees. What happened? Let me try going back.
There we go.
Okay. And I just touched on this, the strategic plan focus area for my department is workforce excellence. So 2 years ago, we updated our survey market and compensation philosophy. And this was done to reflect a more relevant and effective group of comparator agencies to achieve the board's overall goal of maintaining a competitive, fiscally responsible pay and benefit structure. Some of the items you see here have already been implemented. A few of them, such as employee surveys and a staff recognition program, are still in development. El Dorado County has greatly expanded its training and career development curriculum over the past few years, due in large part to having a dedicated training and organizational development specialist in my office. We offered 40 different courses throughout the year, 554 attendees, and this doesn't include the mandatory training that we facilitate, such as ethics, harassment and discrimination, workplace violence. So that concludes my presentation. I'm happy to answer any questions. I think we might have representatives from some of our bargaining units here today. So maybe if they want to comment, happy to take questions from the board after that.
All right. So I'll bring it back to the board. Any comments or questions at this time?
Great information. Good presentation, Joey. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Joey. All right, so I'll go ahead and open it up to public comment.
Mr. Chair.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, but before you do that.
I open the public hearing.
Yeah, so the statute is unique in that it provides that, that recognized employee organizations are entitled to make presentations to the board during the hearing. And so I think it would be beneficial to allow those who are here to make any presentations before you open it up to general public comment.
Okay, all right. Okay, so anybody wants to speak, come on up.
Good afternoon, Chair and Supervisors. Again, I'm Jen Romaldi, President of AFSCME Local 1, and I appreciate the opportunity to provide some input on this item. So the vacancy picture as presented is the baseline that AB 2561 asks you to report. But residents feel the consequences of these vacancies every day in slower child protective service responses, longer permitting queues, reduced service hours, delayed snow removal, and deferred road maintenance. While it's great we are tracking vacancy rates, we need to be tracking what the numbers don't show, the churn costs. So from January 1 to May 5th of this year, I put in a PRA, and the county has lost 39 probationary, limited term, or extra help employees. That does not count full-time employees. 39 people in 4 months that were onboarded and then left or let go. That's about 2 departures every week. So the Society for Human Resource Management did some research and puts the median government cost per hire at about $858. So let's do some math. 39 exits times $858 is $33,462 in direct measurable costs for ads, background checks, medical exams, onboarding. Hidden labor costs are going to magnify this. The HR orientation and departmental training can easily total 80 hours per a new hire. The Bureau of Labor Statistics estimates the average government employee compensation cost to the employer at $64 an hour. So 80 hours times $64 an hour times 39 employees is $199,680 in additional staff time that's added on to onboarding a new employee. Together, that is $233,000 you've already spent in 2025 before you add in lost productivity. These dollars never appear in budget lines, but taxpayers are footing the bill for this. So why do employees leave? Mission Square's exit interview data from 290 different state and local agencies lists non-competitive pay, limited advancement, and dissatisfaction with supervision as the top drivers. I can confirm that those are the same themes I hear from employees that have departed. Until we address these root causes, we are simply refilling a leaking bucket. So you need to invest in the people you already have. Retention dollars stretch further than recruiting dollars. A modest pay adjustment, a clear career ladder, or even routine employee interviews to understand why employees are leaving will benefit this county. So filling vacancies is a great example of how you can partner with your labor unions at no additional cost to the county. AFSCME has previously partnered with numerous public agencies on recruitment campaigns. Their national Staff the Front Lines tour logged 7,800 miles over 17 cities and connected 2,000 job seekers to public service careers last year, all funded by the union. We stand ready to help you here. I've offered this to HR in the past and we haven't heard anything else on it. So at this point, we're requesting the following: track and publish the true cost of vacancies, the dollars and staff time in next year's report, and prioritize retention, wage equity, advancement pathways, and regular employee interviews. Vacancies aren't savings, they're an invisible tax. An IOU the community pays through slower response times, longer permitting lines, and delayed services. By quantifying the real dollars and partnering with labor to invest in the employees who keep El Dorado County running, we can stop the bleed and deliver the reliable services our residents deserve. Thank you.
Anybody else want to come out and speak? Come on up.
Hello, board. I'm Mark Bartley with Mustagny Holstead. I'm the labor rep for the DSA and DAI. We found some problems with the numbers that you had in your form. For the DSA, it showed that we were down 5 people, but with our numbers, we show that in December 2024, we had 169, not 180 as stated in the form. I don't know where the difference of 11 vacancies is, or ours are all based on our dues paying members. So that's where we get our numbers from. If they are counting people in the academy, they're not providing service to the county, and they should not be counted, because anybody that works in law enforcement, and I'm retired law enforcement, knows that somebody in the academy has a low success rate when they get out in the actual field. And and this goes into 2025, our membership has dropped to, according to our numbers, from the 165, or I'm sorry, 169 number to currently we're at 159. So we've lost an additional 10, but we are down. And as the previous speaker said, this directly correlates into longer response times for the sheriff's department to get to calls for service. So currently the DSA is down 26 officers, and that's today's numbers, not the 2024. So that's a 14% vacancy with 5 in the academy that just graduated or on FTO. So the actual number would be 21%, which is, or 21 people, which is 11% vacancies. And remember, those 5 deputies cannot serve the county at all. If the county vacancy number is of 5 is correct, that means we've lost 21 deputies this year alone. So in a 6-month period, and that seems concerning. If the DSA number is correct, then we've lost 10 deputies, which is still in a 6-month period, a huge concern that the county should be addressing immediately. Thank you.
Anybody else?
Mr. Chair, I think that at this
Yeah.
point you were limited it to the designated representatives for
Right,
employee
right.
organizations.
Yeah,
correct?
not,
General public.
not general public at this time, right? Anybody else want to speak? All right, I guess we
Are
can
there
go to,
any other reps here? I guess that would be just to make sure.
yeah, is there any? Or would they, are they on Zoom, Kim?
Okay, just want to make sure that we ask that question.
It's my understanding that when HR reached out to the various organizations, that it was Local 1 and Deputy Sheriff's Association that provided
Okay,
input that they would be presenting today.
Okay.
so now we take public comment?
Well, while
I
we're
guess-
hearing, Joey, was there anything you wanted to refute or clarify or whatever based on those?
Not really. I mean, I will be happy to, if any of our numbers are incorrect, I'll double check on it and happy to talk to Mr. Bartley to figure out what's happening here. But as of 12/31, these numbers were checked over and over again, and I stand by them. But if we're wrong, we'll fix it.
Okay, all right. Okay, so I guess go ahead and open it up to public comment. Kim?
We are now taking public comment specifically regarding item 35. Individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. The timer will notify you when you have 30 seconds remaining and again when your time is up. Public comment will be taken first from those participating in the boardroom and then from those participating through Zoom. For those participating by Zoom, please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate a desire to comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record.
Chris Payne from Diamond Springs. I want to talk a little bit about Resolution 074-2025. With the approval of your proposed budget, Human Resources came before you. As part of the actions, you approved Resolution 074-2025. And within that, you approved the authorization for Human Resources to initiate and process a reduction in force for 11.0 full-time equivalent filled positions as outlined in the resolution, and approve the continuation of underfilling arrangements as outlined in the resolution. Appointed 2 members to the Budget Committee, and there's other things that you did because of that resolution. I want to draw your attention then to this report, and I'm wondering how this report fits into the fact that you took action to have a reduction in force. I don't want to lose sight of the fact that those were 11 filled positions, and 3 of those individuals came before you and asked you for consideration on whether or not you could find funding at least for those 3 people. And I don't know if you recall, but they were very eloquent those individuals to why they thought their position mattered and why they thought that they should be at least considered for some funding to be found. I explained on that date when I came up to the podium that it wasn't 6 months after I was hired that there was a reduction in force. And I was given a pink slip. And I, as you've gotten to know me over the years, I wasn't settled in what had happened to me. And essentially, I went to an attorney. This attorney was going to be a judge. He was still an attorney, formerly involved with the county, and he just by name never charged me a thing. I wrote this eloquent, I'll say eloquent because it was persuasive comment, and guess what? You found the money, and you saved my position. 33 years with the Department of Transportation. I'm not saying that you can't find money, but you have 11 people that actually lost their job. And that's not part of this report. Thank you.
Thanks, Chris.
Chair and members of the board, I'm still Lee Tannenbaum, still serving as president of the Taxpayers Association. I appreciate the commitment to addressing recruitment and retention challenges through past salary adjustments, including 2% raises that were implemented in 22-23, which brought many county positions near the median benchmark organizations, give or take a percentage point. However, we have two critical questions. Has HR or the CAO initiated or scheduled a new comprehensive salary comparison since the last one that was done in 2021? If so, which comparator counties are being used for this benchmark? In 2022, Placer County responded to similar recruitment needs by approving 3 consecutive years of 4% pay increases. Sacramento County followed suit with comparable multi-year adjustments. These examples indicate that El Dorado County's compensation needs are real, but accurate benchmarking requires careful selection of peers. The most valid comparators for El Dorado County are those with similar unincorporated population bases, not those skewed by large incorporated cities. Based on current estimates, El Dorado County has 160,000 unincorporated residents, Placer County 145,000, we already used that one, and San Luis Obispo County has 132,000 unincorporated residents. These counties share similar demands for rural roads, public safety, and decentralized services, making them much more appropriate than urbanized areas like Sacramento. We recommend that future salary studies focus on these rural-urban hybrid counties to ensure comparability and fairness. In closing, please clarify when was the last salary study published, whether a new study is in progress and when it will be published, and which counties are included, and why the unincorporated population lens should guide these selections. Doing so will increase transparency, improve public trust, and ensure that El Dorado County's salary comparisons reflect the true costs and responsibilities our government faces. Thank you for your attention.
Anybody else want to speak? All right, let's go to Zoom participants.
Now taking public comment from online participants. Now taking public comment from 390.
Good afternoon, board. Ken Greenwood out here at Triple Junction. Yeah, I just hope this is all consistent with Section 504, as it should be, perhaps. But also just to note that it's got to be hard to retain people at this point here in El Dorado County for so many reasons. I don't have enough time to cover them all, I'm sure. Anyway, just hope this is consistent with existing policies and procedures. Thank you.
Thank you, Ken.
There's no additional public comment.
All right, so I'm going to close the public hearing and bring it back to the board for any questions or comments? Joey, do you got some comments that was made that you can address?
I can address a couple. Regarding the total compensation study, that's something we're looking at. I don't have a final ETA on when that will be signed off on. Our comparator agencies, the board approved in 2023 that we're going to use 5 comparator agencies instead of the 10 or 11 we had before. And those are Yolo, Napa, Placer, Sacramento, and Amador counties. Those are our 5 comparators. So that's who we're using to complete our total compensation study. And just kind of anecdotally, I'll throw out that a lot of folks compare us to Placer County, and maybe they do pay a little bit more than us, but we have a lower vacancy rate than them. So you kind of have to, there's a lot of different nuances here and factors involved when you're making these comparisons. So I think those were the main comments that I wanted to respond to.
All right. Thank you, Joey. I
Sure.
appreciate that. All right. Any other comments from the board members? All right. So do I get a motion? Bring back to the board?
There was no
No
action
motion, no
required.
action
It
on
was-
this?
You're
Just
simply
a
required to conduct
presentation?
the public hearing and
All
provide
right.
the opportunity for comment.
Okay, well, thank you. Thank you, Joey.
Thanks, Joey.
Appreciate it. All right. So now the board will go back to closed session. But I think, is there going to be any report out, Dave?
Potentially.
Okay, so you want to do the twos and froms now, or you want to bring them when we come back?
I think we should get them over with
All right,
now.
yeah, okay. All right. I'll start with you.
All right,
Greg.
I'll begin in a short week. Got to tour the Ashby House, which is a product of the New Beginnings or New Mornings Children's Shelter. So it's very impressive. It seems like hard to believe they've been in existence for about 70 years. Yeah, 70. And obviously I wasn't familiar with them. Then we had a behavioral health commission meeting Wednesday night. I had a director's report, and then they discussed the behavioral health continuum infrastructure program grant and the project timing and plans for the permanent navigation center, which I think you're all aware of. So that is it.
That's it. All right. District 5?
I have no other report to add to my comments this morning.
Okay, all right. District 3?
Various constituent meetings, 6:18, I got a seeds update. 6:20, a large Drive for Marshall fundraising event, 176 golfers, live auction, silent auction, and all that good stuff. 6:23, budget ad hoc ×2, 2 meetings there, CAO, HR, library director, and library ad hoc as well. And I'll let Lori talk about the library ad hoc in a minute. Tonight, city council presentation on the NAV Center update. So I'll be attending that and helping or be there for staff. And tomorrow, the EDC, ESA, JPA monthly meeting, and then a meeting with PG&E as well. Where I know we're going to be talking about vegetation and easements. So
Okay.
That's it for me.
Lori?
Yeah, I had a meeting to interview a Parks and Rec commissioner, and we'll be appointing that person on July 15th. So, because I haven't had one for like 6 months, and I appreciate staff keeps going. So how's it going? It is hard to find volunteers for committees sometimes. So I really appreciate this person just stepped up. Never met him before, and we're really excited. And then I had, let's see, that's not a big deal. Pioneer Community Energy meeting last week. The Pioneer Board was considering their, what do you call it? The reserves, days of reserves kind of thing. And they went for a fairly high number, which I didn't support, because I felt that Pioneer is going to be looking at some expansion coming up. It's going to take a lot of resources, and quite honestly, their mission is to make sure that customer rates are low. So there was 2 of us that were in the minority on that, and they appreciate that I bring up those kind of points so that they're always thoughtful of that. Yeah, we had the budget ad hoc committee, had a SOFAR steering committee. Looks like they're getting their budget together so that their facilitator can start holding the subcommittee meetings, and they'll be setting up some collaboratives coming up pretty soon. So, because we haven't had a collaborative meeting in quite some time. So I'll keep you guys posted when those are coming up. Supervisor Ferrero and I, we had a planning commission.
Oh, that's right.
Ad hoc meeting.
Yep.
Yeah, I write them down so that
Yep.
because I'm mushed by this time of day. But yeah, we had a good talk with staff, and I think, are we bringing a recommendation to the board? I think
We're
or-
gonna get the
have
the
another-
template sent back to us for approval, and then we'll
And then we'll
bring it to
bring
the board,
something.
yeah,
So it's
with
in the-
further, with other recommendations.
There it is. So it's in the works. Just want to let you know we all met. Same thing, Supervisor Rick and I with the library ad hoc. We talked about which districts, which we've talked about as a board. Tahoe and Georgetown are the ones that are coming up. Looks like we'll be putting those on. We're looking at which
Election.
thank you. See, I'm mush. Election in 2026, and then look to the future for 2028 on what kind of size of district we want to look at for Placerville. So that's in the works too. And then just a big shout out to planning staff. Last night we had the first Shingle Springs Community Design Workshop, and we're the guinea pigs. So I was there, got to give some brief, opening remarks and a little bit of history there. And then we had a lot of new faces in the community because this has been going on for so long. So staff did a great job of backing it up, explaining what we're doing and why, and good questions. And then our next workshop's on the July 28th. And I think they'll be able to bring back a red line draft, and then it'll be coming to the planning commission a couple months after that, and we're going to get this done. So it'll be the model for the other communities, and I think once they get one done, the others will follow pretty quick. So kind of exciting. And that's it.
Chair, can I have one more thing?
Yeah, go ahead.
Drop the ball. Yesterday, we met with Leanne Mueller, the Agriculture Commission. And one of the things we discussed with the glacier wing sharpshooter.
Oh, yeah.
And she has a map, and it's isolated to Serrano now, but they have a map of where they found the pests, and then a map of the homes that have agreed to be treated, and a map of the homes that they're refusing treatment. And so it is a legitimate problem. They're having, it's an uphill battle with a lot of the residents to allow them on their property to treat the property for a variety of reasons. She did mention the word abatement, which would be, we would go in and have to do it by law. We're trying to avoid that at all costs, and we're going to try to make some more efforts locally to encourage people to agree to the treatment. So I just want to.
Yeah, thanks
Point
for that
that out again.
update. That was great. Thanks. All right, I have nothing to report out. Brian, you got one
Yeah, I
more?
got one more thing. Tomorrow, staff will be attending the Rubicon Road reroute. U.S. Forest Service, Tahoe National Forest, and RTF are proposing a reroute of the Rubicon. I went up and personally looked at it last Thursday, along with ex-supervisor Sweeney, who was instrumentally involved in getting the RS 2477 solidified on that whole route. This has the potential for changing that route, as well as I'll call it, I guess, just changing the RS 2477, which could be very detrimental to El Dorado County. So we'll wait to hear what they have to say tomorrow and get the staff update. And Supervisor Parlin and myself are aware of it, and we'll be discussing at a higher level with council as Janet gets back from vacation in mid-July.
Okay, thanks for that update. JL?
Just a reminder to the board and public, will be dark the next 2 weeks.
Okay, good. All right. All right, so we'll move to closed session to hear items 39 and 40. We're back in session here. County Council, any report out?
Yes, Mr. Chair. The board completed its closed session agenda, having heard items 39 and 40. On item 39, the performance evaluation of the air pollution control officer, on a 5-0 vote, the board approved an increase from step 2 to step 3 of the salary schedule effective the first full pay period following today's date. That concludes my report.
Okay, thank you. I guess we can adjourn at 3:21.
That's correct.
Taking off.